strengthens the Muslims, since he was said to be surrounded by them, and his country's existence at stake. So what does that mean? Basically, it means that Prester John was not only a single figure, but it was also some kind of dynastic role, like a leadership role, like you would call a king or an emperor or something like that. So it's not a single person in a single time period, but something that existed for centuries. And it was also something that was at odds with the Muslim powers of the area. The question is, what if the Muslim powers were able to just defeat him and he was forced to flee? So, next from that, let's see his proposed location on maps. Because of course this is not only a matter of what he was, who he was, but also where he was. Because of course Europe had heard about this Prester.
Yep. We just gonna jump right into it, Manaka. We just, hey man, put on your boot bones. Thank y'all for flying air ether. The water's about to be flowing. The water keeps flowing. The Water Drop Nation. Halal HaWah. Yeah, man, Italian PNC. Hey, who would have thunk it? We've been talking Prester John for over 7 years, and now there's Prester John drop. Come on, hey. The more the merrier, man. Hey, jump in the water. The water's warm, man, for everybody, man. And this is cool, though, because this is putting the flat drop with the Prester John investigation. And, we done looked at David Rumsey maps with Prester John on the outside of the ice wall, right? So we done seen the orientation combined with the indigenous truth that we be, surfing, Prester investigation. Naga's already in America. Of course, they, are skimming the investigation, so they're just taking it from kind of the Wikipedia surface flow. Prester John is in Ethiopia. They're always trying to connect him to Africa, not understanding where Ethiopia, remember a generic term, Greek term, meaning burnt face or fiery looking. Where are these fiery looking people? Hey, they're east and west, so there's Ethiopia here, there's Ethiopia there. There's, the Orient over here, the far India, the furthest India, you know what I mean? So anyway, man, we are popping off. So first of all, fair use, Hey, Ahab, again, this is Italian PNC. I'm a surf the wave in this water, you know what I mean? And you got some extensive recon on some of these maps, you know what I mean? And hey, people say, well, how do you trust this map? Well, how do you trust your map? I'll wait. So we got to investigate. How do you trust your Mercator projection? How do you trust your globe? How do you trust any map you see? Any cartographer that's giving you their version, their orientation? You in the mind of a hijack, dog. At least we over here stepping out of mind of hijack city. At least we over here saying, all right, what have independent reconners put together? So we kind of, have these sub-communities, you know what I'm saying? Flat drop communities where they rock with our flat drop. They might not rock with everything we rock with, but they'll say, yo, that flat drop, man. And now, if you combine the Prester investigation, again, we on 125 of this. So we thorough in these streets, man. We thorough in these streets, Drop Nation. You know what I mean? And everybody joining the wave, man, we appreciate y'all for real, because we need the frequency. We need everybody to frequency up. Put the Prester flow, the indigenous truth, right? Put it with the flat drop. Put it with the code, because without the code, you ain't got no kingdom, right? Right? You put that with the frequency, my naga. Now you in 432, right? Come. Now you in 432. So now you can hear this information in 432 hertz, literally, because Drop got us in 432 right now, right? So we got the combination, man. We got the Excalibur sword, my naga. We got the Tau. We got the formula. We always had it. Halal HaWah. You keep the code, right? And through the code, you connect to this David flow, Hosea 3 and 5, right? Israel will return, seek the Creator, and King David. We're talking end of days, right? Which is the beginning, new beginning. Renewal is your dragon. Your dragon is renewal. You're seeing dragonflies fly. So you put the code with the indigenous truth, Managa, that they just found you here. The Coon say Shikamaga, connected with the Prester. This is what we're talking about. Connect that with orientation. Get orientation pies. Get orientation enchiladas. Now you got the what? Flat drop 101. You know we popping off. Melanated true earth plane. Salute, salute. Now you put all that in the 432 frequency. And Managa, now you got the drop. And that's why we are one of a kind, man. Because we have this combination, we have this formula, and can't nobody knock you off your pillars. They can't take away your 432 frequency. They can't take away your code. They can't put you back on a ball and spin you at 1,000 miles per hour in a vacuum of space with the theory of gravity. Nah, and they can't say you just from Africa and yada yada when all of mama is melanated. Melanated true earth plane. So now we talking tribal. You can't knock us off any of these pillars of our foundation, and that's why we Drop Nation. So let the investigation continue. We gonna have some fun, because I'm missing y'all. So when I get over here, I get some time, I get a couple hours, man, I'm popping off, man. We might even watch some Cities of Gold. You keep playing with me. Keep playing with me, my nigga. We might watch Cities of Gold. Whoever went from Flat Drop to Cities of Gold. But now we're talking Prester Flow, right? Now we're talking Town. Uh-oh. Come on. Shit. It's the fourth quarter, man. And we in the fifth way. Hey, fair use. Sorry. Drop you popping off. I apologize. A lot going on. My niggas been patient with me, patiently waiting. And I know you my niggas for life. You know what we do it for. You know where our heart's at. You know what I'm saying? You know where the heart bone is, man. So the water for your constant continual energy and frequency that you've been given from day one. You know what I'm saying? And this is our new beginning, man. You know, we're doing it together. So yeah, we're going to watch some stuff. We're going to criticize some stuff. Just get used to it, man. We're going to do some research. We're just doing research. Please, man. Please back. Even when we watch Cities of Gold, if we watch Cities of Gold, I'm watching it straight from YouTube. I purchased the entire season. I'm not on no one else's site but yours, YouTube, okay? And I'm going to watch it for educational purposes and do some criticism because we do some recon. All you got to do is recon us and see how a con flow. Just watch how a con flow. So, you know, section 107, man. Fair use in your caboose. We also going to talk some water. We're going to talk some, we're going to get back to talking water. H3O, H3O2. We're going to get some science drop. We're going to get some tech drop. We're going to get some health drop. This is Drop Nation. Watch out, man. Just watch out. But I want to get back on what in the world Italian P and C is dropping on. About the second ring. Okay. You know I'm reloaded. You know y'all done messed up, right? See, every time they try to set us back or put energy, you know, against the cons, man, it backfires because it's like you melt away some layers that shouldn't have been there to begin with. Like you put a Naga in dragon form, you know? You might think you cool, Naga, but when you go through some things, and I don't do a lot of complaining. Y'all don't see me over here making videos complaining about my life and things going. I just go through it, man, you know? I admit, you know, sometimes you know, I take a lot on. I take a lot on by myself sometimes. You know, I try to take as much on as I can without bothering nobody, you know what I mean, and all that. So if you like me, sometimes you just take a lot on, and sometimes you, you know, sometimes you got to go deeper than deep, man, to find the power. But when you do, you emerge in dragon form, better than the next, better than the last, right? And everything they did to pray against you and work against you and put snares and traps and hatred in your path, all it did was make you you. And that's the most frightening thing for Hijack City is that this is energy, frequency, and vibration, and you can't destroy it. because it just reemerges in dragon form. How deep do you want us to go is the question. Because if they could do it again, I don't think they would have done it the same when they see what's coming. Italian PNC, you're talking second ring. Count the rings, right? Count the rings. Ah, man. Rest in power, Kobe Bryant, man. Count the rings, man. Black Mama, man. Black Dragon, man. Yeah. That mama's a dragon, you know what I mean? So we've been looking at this map for a long time. Different maps, different things. These also correlate with maps from Japan, you know, kind of kicking a similar flow, right? Remember that Japanese map? 1,000-year old Japanese flat earth map. Something like that. Y'all remember this map. Images. Y'all remember this, right? All right. Was this map made centuries ago? Was this map made centuries ago? I mean, there sure are more worlds beyond the pole. Let's see if I can find a clearer one. Got some more drop on it. Ah, there we go. HaWah, HaWah. Yeah, man. Was this map made centuries ago? So when you read the article, it talks about this being found in a cave and how they're dating it back 1,000 years. Let's see if I can get it bigger. Here we go. Stranger almost in the manuscript found in a copper cylinder. Well, what manuscript did they find in a copper cylinder? It's the copy of a map which came across seas to Honolulu from a Buddhist temple in the mountains of central Japan. It is a map of the world made 1,000 years ago. They believe it's made by Chinese priests 10 centuries ago. How would they know? 1,000 years ago. That's kind of around the Prester era. I mean, I'm just saying. It's kind of 1200s, right? Remember 1202, Genghis Khan went to war with the Prester, 1202. The Prester John letter of 1165. Okay. Huh. It's kind of Colonial-ish, right? Colonial-ish. You see, it's not the Mercator projection. You know, this is really the azimuthal equidistant, AE, so-called flat Earth projection. And, you know, where South American ends right here, you know, there's gateways and portals to getting out of the wall into more worlds. You know, where's thought the moving island? Is it this right here? You know what I mean? You know, it seems like even if you get out, they already are situated to spot any newcomers into that new ocean. You know what I'm saying? Um, you really need a dragon escort, really. You know what I'm saying? At this point, I don't think it's wise just to get your boat. You don't see drop leading no expeditions. It's just not wise. They already got it surrounded. It's already jammed up. There's a time and place for everything, my nigga. Trust me. And all these lands might just come back together on us too. Don't rule that out. This all may come to us. You dig? This all may come right back together. Yeah. All right. All right. So this map connects with this map. Here you see ice rings. The other you see sort of well, yeah, a ring of ice. I don't know. We don't know. But you do see multiple rings, though. But you see worlds outside of the ring. Flat drop 101. Same basic type of aquadescent, azimuthal aquadescent AE projection. Here you can see the actual gateways. Now, Italian PNC, you're going to talk about wormholes. Because he found the land of Prester John outside of here, right? Way outside. He's going to say, how'd they get back and forth? Did it get renamed? Did the Prester flee? Was this after the Genghis Khan war that the Prester laid low outside the wall because it was his time to lay low? It wasn't our... Look, a flock needs a shepherd and a shepherd needs a flock. If the flock is not ready for a shepherd, the flock ain't going to get the shepherd. The shepherd got to lay low. And the shepherd, got to be a prester, you know what I'm saying? For the flock, it goes, this is order, not chaos, man. We've always had leaders. The Most High obviously puts leaders for us, you know what I'm saying? You know, women, men together, Shebas, Khalifas, you know what I'm saying? Kalelus, kings and queens. We rule together, framer, shaper. We don't put our women down. We don't put our women beneath us. You know what I'm saying? This ain't Christianity. It's framer, shaper. We rule together. The energy has to be one. They've divided us, made us despise each other. Naga queens, Naga kings, we love each other. We need each other. So what's beyond the wall? Talk about it. Let's talk about the second ring. So he's in the second ring. He's in the second ring, outside the second ring. Okay, all right, let's go. Y'all didn't see this coming. I know you didn't see this coming. And AI to my Nagas that I think a couple of my Nagas have been dropping like, yo, drop, you got to dig on this Italian kind over here popping up. All right, let's go.
Prester John, they had heard about this Christian empire, but they was not sure where it actually was and where this Christian empire was even located. So, when it comes to its location, there is much debate to be had. Some during the Middle Ages identified this realm with the ones in Tartaria and Mongolia. We just did a video on Tartaria.
Now you see the Leviathan gate right here. Which one would that be? Just right quick. Leviathan gate. I mean, dang, is that where Leviathan laying low? You see how, these giant, dragons can be laying low all over the place, man. Antarctica is just a barrier. So when we say dragons in Antarctica, I mean, dragons could easily be in any of this water. And where's the Leviathan gate? This one right here. Right here. And is that leading to Patalia? And you're going to see some lands on this map. I don't know who's naming this stuff. I don't know, but I don't know who's naming our stuff either. You know what I mean? Who named Africa? Who named this? Who named that? We are just allowing our imagination, you know what I'm saying, to connect with, what could be hard hitting facts, things that we can investigate and say, okay, we got repeatable and observable evidence, science, you know what I mean? The names ain't what we tripping on. We tripping on, you know, that outer space is really outer space. That it's just more space. That it's not some rocket you gotta take to get to these other planes. They just put a T at the end and now they got planet. But how you do that when you just talk plane? Again, my nigga, we've been doing this. It's flat drop 101. Planet, my nigga. Okay. Let's this is why we are tripping, right? Because this ain't conspiracy, my nigga. This etymology. It's etymologies. We're not making this up. Geocentrism has been a topic of discussion. That we are the center, that we are not moving, it's all moving around us. And they introduced heliocentrism. Look up Copernican and all that stuff. Look at the marriage between church and state and why the Copernican model is married to the church and married to your school system. Your school system is nothing but a brainwash experimentation because you took these tribal children and you reprogrammed them about everything, about God, about space, about this. And then NASA's invented right around the time of the Antarctic Treaty. Antarctic Treaty, where all you jabronis are making another treaty like the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. This time to guard the ice wall and keep, us in and not let us know that there's worlds beyond the pole. And now you call it planet because you put a T at the end. But planet is from the root word pele or flat, to spread. To spread. To spread. Like a flat plane. And we know we got mountains and valleys. When people say inner earth, like which part? All this is land. Which part? You can go inside the earth, sure. However deep, you tell me, man. All right. But that doesn't mean hollow earth. That just means that there's an inside to Ama. That if you live on the surface, it's like living on the skin of the body. And you can go inside the body. You got paradise too. You got Shambhala, right? You got the heart. It's inside the body. They brainwash us in Christianity like it's just hell, hell, hell. But really, it's Shambhala. It's preservation. Our minds preserved. Beautiful water, lakes, gold, stones, jewels. Everything is inside the earth. Everything's inside the earth. So hollow earth? No, that's saying that we are on a ball and it's hollow. We're not on a ball, but you can go inside of Ama. Ka? I mean, come on, man. Hit the easy button, man. It's that simple. You see these arrows going this way and that way. That's pretty much showing you which way the water is flowing. These are like carousels. And I think there's even a waterway on these maps we're about to show from Italian P and C. Showing these. I think one is called carousel. I think the water goes around and around. You can kind of ride it like the Gulf Stream. So that's why, you can, pop off from Jamaica to Ireland or Scotland, just riding the stream, whichever direction. You just got to know which way, counterclockwise or clockwise, the water's spinning. And that's how you navigate. You got to know which way the water's going, counterclockwise or clockwise. But to know that is to know you're on a plane, flat, spread out. The earth plane is all connected under the water. It's all connected. There's no separation from Africa and America. And this is how we've been taught to divide ourselves. All this land you see is connected. It's all connected under the water. It's all the same Ama, but it's just more vast and beautiful. Remember, Ama was was there from the beginning, right? Proverbs chapter 8, Mama says she there from the beginning, before the earth was formed. I mean, so Mama's more than just the earth, but the earth has the ruach of Ama. Feel me? You feel me? It's all connected. It's not divided. Africa is not separate than these lands outside of the ice ring. And the lands outside the ice ring are not separate than America. So that's why you can take wormholes and vortexes inside the water, inside Ama, to pop in and out. And that's one of the suggestions or theories of how the Prester is popping in and out. You know what I'm saying? Is that he's going through the vortexes, just like they show you in the movie Godzilla. Godzilla pop out of Antarctica to Mexico. He's popping around through vortexes. He's just popping out the water. That's how we get around, my nugget. Now you're talking navigation. Now I'm giving you orientation pies and orientation enchiladas, my nugget. Yeah, man. We're keeping the water flowing. Italian, P, and C. I'm going to need you to go ahead and take the wheel. We over here in your classroom, man. We listening. The wild out. Let's go.
Second last video we did, and it was basically this area right here, basically what I'm doing with my mouse here, and it's basically the area of modern day Siberia, also this area here in Russia, also this area here in the Turkic steppes, and all the way to Manchuria and northern China. Basically, it's this entire area. So it was proposed that it was there or in Mongolia, because they did have some Khans, so some rulers of these areas which were Christian.
Ooh, he said some cons, right? I'm going to get it back. I know I just belly flopped in the middle of this thing. I know y'all like, what's going on? What water? Like, what's that? I'm doing this for a reason, man. I'm doing it for a reason, man. Surf the wave, all right? I'm doing it because I know you can do it. We belly flop kings and queens, man. Let's go.
And which is documented on, so we know this was something real. But then there's also the other proposals, which are even in India and China, and according to John of Pian del Carpine, it was a Chinese prince which controlled the entire area of China, included the area of the I think it was the Azure River, something like that. And this whole thing was kind of weird and probably improbable, because we don't really know about any Christian ruler of China. There are no accounts in Chinese history about anything like that, so it doesn't make that much sense. Finally, the third account is actually the most believable. The most famous and widely accepted proposal location was Ethiopia, and he was seen by many as the emperor of Ethiopia, or of the Christian African realms north of it, like Makuria and Aloia. So we're talking about the realms in Ethiopia, right here, or the realms right above it, so in the region that was once called Nubia.
Nubia, yeah, but look, where's Ethiopia? And again, so he's stuck on Ethiopia being this little area here. Ethiopia is all of America. It's just a word for where fiery looking people are. Fiery looking people got their dragons, right? And we're talking wormholes, and worm also means dragon, right? WYRM. So wormholes have everything to do with dragon holes, vortexes, Godzilla type stuff, man. And Ethiopia is not just crammed in this corner of East Africa and stuff, man. All right? Ethiopia, we're talking America, which means, yeah, we're talking Prester John.
Nubia. So now we're going into African history, of course. I don't want to dwell too much on this because, of course, we have to focus on the map. But, of course, this means that basically this kingdom of Prester John was something that was very widely identified with Ethiopia. But this was not a direct identification, because it was mostly made after Europeans had actually started to get contacts with Ethiopia. Because, of course, there was a whole part of history where Ethiopia, the Christian Empire of Ethiopia, and Europe were divided by the entirety of the Muslim states of the area. So they just kind of identified these theories with the facts that were at hand, and of course identified Ethiopia with the kingdom of Prester John, although there's no proof about this. And therefore, this map comes to mind. So the theory the map is trying to propose is that Azania, or the kingdom of Prester John, was not only
Carousel Ocean, we just said that, right? Hold up, man. I've never seen this part of the map, you know what I mean? So I'm over here tripping. Just that even if someone's just making stuff up, they're making it up with a whole lot of drop in mind. You know what I mean? A whole lot of drop. Don't throw the babes out with the bathwater. They even got a land called Cibola and all this outside the wall. Cibola, we already know. We're talking Colonials and how that connects with America. So all this stuff connects with America. Even if they're blasting it outside the wall, at least it lets us know that there's perhaps like just other areas of connectivity. It's not like America could be just one place, or the promised land could be just one place, you know what I'm saying? It can connect to multiple promised lands, you know, outside the walls and different rings, and you can use vortexes to get to different promised lands. I mean, now we got to really think outside the rings. We got to think outside the rings. We got to think outside the rings. So you got a kingdom of Prester John outside the second ring. Lord of the Rings, right? Well, I'm just, okay. Y'all said it, not me. Y'all said it. The movie Lord of the Rings, right? This whole situation. Now we got these rings, ice rings, mountain rings. And there's a kingdom of Prester John, which is King David. So when we talk Israel and Hebrews, I mean, we're connected to all these lands, man. When HaWah said, I got a land, that I'm going to give my people your land of your inheritance, it's connected to more than meets the eye, man. You even got a new Cahokia. And what about those Cahokia mounds? Kingdom of the mounds. Come on, man. I'm out of here. Ping, pow. Can y'all hear me with a ping, pow, my nigga? Can I get a ping, pow from Drop Nation, man? Hey, I appreciate y'all when y'all participate, man. It makes me feel good, man. Just knowing y'all surfing the wave and having fun, man. So, look, man. All right, there's the Cahokia Mounds, it's recon Cahokia Mounds, and all the spirituality around that. They invaded all this. Now they saying there's a new Cahokia outside the second ice ring or mountain ring. They got a carousel ocean that goes round and round, just like I showed you on the arrows, right? And then there's a levitating continent, and there's Heaven's Gate. Whoa. Can I get another pig pal? I know I just asked for a pig pal, but can I get a second pig pal? Goodness gracious. There's a Heaven's Gate. Nuit. I know that noon in Hebrew means seed, man, right? Inheritance. And when you talk about Heaven's Gate, you're talking about inheritance of the tribes, right? And what type of gateway is this? When these other jabronis be promised heaven, Christianity, heaven, this heaven, that heaven, everyone got a heaven. Just like the Owaspy, we gotta get back on the Owaspy, how these different gods promise heavens and got their own little heavens. And could their little heavens just be their islands? You know what I'm saying? Their lands. Like, yo, I'll take your spirit to this land, this heaven. You can serve me in the land of yada yada, Celeria. You know what I'm saying? And you're really serving that God for eternity because you're bound to this energy. Meanwhile, you got your own heaven's gates, man. You got your own kingdom, your own promised land, right? Promised land, my nugget. I need you to open your mind bone beyond the rings for Flat Drop 101. Oh, yeah. I need you to frequency up. I need everybody. I need us all to frequency up. Oh, yeah. We definitely going to get some cities to go, man. This is a cities to go moment. We ain't done that. Cities to go in quite a number of months. We're grown adults that like cartoons. Get over it. Welcome to Drop Nation. If it's your first time surfing wave, welcome to the, hey, welcome to the wave, man. Welcome to the water, man. That's what we do. That's what we do. Drop Nation, man. Welcome home, man. Now you get it. Now you get what they talking about out there. Like, drop crazy, man. What's wrong with it? Now you see what they talking about? Yeah, I'm crazy, man. You crazy too, man. We talking cartoons. We're talking Heaven's Gate, levitating continents. That'll make you crazy too. I just found Cahokia outside the second ice ring, man. Next to the Carousel Ocean in the kingdom of Prester John, called Azania. Alright? And Azania, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm thinking Aslan. I'm thinking, ooh, all you gotta do is put the L right there. Aslan. I mean, I'm thinking Ania. I see Anaya, right? Ania. Don't make me make this a Prester John, too. I know it's flat drop 101, but don't make me go into Ania, right? Ania, right? As Ania. Okay. All right. All right, boss. All right. I'm having a good time with this. Let's go, man. Let's go.
Only in this. It probably was somewhere outside of Europe, but the Muslims won. So the Islamic Empire in their fight against the Christian powers of the area.
Whoa, so Islam got something to do with this too? Islam got something to do with the ice wall stuff? With the flat drop? How did Islam pop in this? Oh, he's talking Prester John. He was known for restored order among these sultans. He was the Rex Negus, and they did have to pay tribute to King David. They don't want to put that part of the story of the More and More War. They know what the place of the Prester is. They don't want to talk about it. You don't want to talk Prester. But Genghis Khan went to war with the Prester again, 1200s. We just saw a map from Japan 1,000 years ago, right around this time. Big pow. We know the Prester, King David, as a Hebrew Khan, as a tribe of Israel, was going against Moab and them, was going against Islam and them. Genghis Khan most likely, was coming in under the banner of either the Moabite flow or some part of the Confederacy, because this is what it is. It's a more and more war. So they saying he's kind of loosely connecting it to this Genghis Khan flow that we've well documented, especially in the book The Swords of the East. The greatest war you never heard of, man. Dragons and all. Dragons on both sides of the war. Angels on both sides of the war. It reshaped everything. Is this their theory of what happened and where Prester John went to lay low for a certain amount of time? Is this what all these meteors are popping up for? Let's go.
And the Christians had to flee. So where to flee when everywhere else is surrounded by Muslims? You had to go at sea. And somehow, in some way or matter, they managed to traverse the Sentinel's Gate, go all the way out of the first room.
So you got thought of moving on and slow down, Italian. Slow down, Italian. Slow down. Because this is similar to the maps we've seen, but with a lot more description. And I'm just going to surf y'all wave. What we see? I'm going to back it up. Because, I think Cibola's on the other side. Oh, man, it's crazy talk. But yeah, you get out the first ice wall, and you got these other lands you can hit up before hitting the second ice wall. And it looks like the bigger lands are outside of the second ice wall. I don't know. But Thought the Moving Island, is also like some type of monitoring situation. It had something in German that we decoded last time that pretty much translated to like all watching, all seeing, like monitoring, monitoring station. So as soon as you get out this first Sentinel's Gate, right? You hit up Thoughty Boy, Tahuti's right there. Yeah, it's a more and more war. We're talking Islam, right? Wow. Ocean of Yam. Okay. Let's go.
first ring, and finally escape into the second ring, and finally settle in Azania, the kingdom of Prester John. So they rebuilt the kingdom of Prester John into a realm in the second ring. So that is the hypothesis that is being proposed in this map,
Okay.
and I kind of love it because it would mean that somewhere,
And notice he said hypothesis, so even he knows we're under investigation. All this is under investigation, scrutiny, criticism, all that, and that's how we like to fly. We like to empty our cups and not be say, "Oh, okay, this got to be this way." This again, we got 4 fundamental pillars when we surf the wave and drive nation. One is that frequency affects frequency, and if you're not aware of what frequency you're in, you're already gonna be under the gun. You know what I'm saying? Behind enemy lines. So you got to get out of hijack city. 440 hertz. We rock with the 432 because 4 plus 3 plus 2 is 9, and we in the 9 code. We in the 9 spiral. You gotta keep the code. No power before your power. MHOE. Start with that, right? You gotta understand that everything hijack told you from public school, being everyone, evolution, Darwinism, out of Africa, all this stuff is lies. You gotta come home and understand these vortexes, man, which will then connect you with the flat drop 101. You're not spinning on no damn ball. We spiral up on that. Outside of that, everything's up to investigation because we could stand on the fact that our code exists, that we are the indigenous cons here and everywhere else. We could stand on our frequency, our 432, our 9 spiral. We could stand on that. We could stand on our orientation because ain't no spinning balls of water anywhere. And planet just means plane. Not only does planet mean plane, flat, spread, or spread out, but the semantics are highly problematic. Because you go to the Greek and you're talking about making devious, and this is a devious plan, a devious ploy to put a T at the end of plane and turn it into a spinning ball. When the etymology, the root of the word, connects to being flat. I'm not making this up. This ain't flat drop conspiracy. This is etymology. This is root words. You're using the word planet. I didn't pick that word. You're programming us that planet means spinning ball when planet means flat. This is your etymology. This is the online etymologies dictionary. Love to let us find the truth. Con up to the bro. You're making it devious, repelling, and dissuading from the right path. Now we're on the wrong path because you've made it devious. We are bewildered. We are dissuaded from the right path. This is Copernicus 101. This is brainwash. Heliocentric means you're worshiping Helios, right? Now we're talking sun gods. Back to Esteban child of the sun. We might catch some cartoons just for fun. Oh yeah, these stars are wandering. They are unstable. These are fallen stars that they want us to worship, these planets. Mercury, this, that. Zeus, this, Zeus, Jesus, sun god, Helios, heliocentric. Now we're going around the sun. So we're spinning on the ball at 1,000 miles per hour. They say the earth is going, however, man, how fast? Let's see this, man. Let's see this. How fast is the earth moving? Come on, man. 67,000 miles per hour. You feel like you're moving 67,000 miles per hour right now? Oh, because of gravity? Just research, man. Shout out to my Naga J, man. Do your homework. Do your homework on, if you feel like you're moving 67. 1,000 miles per hour right now. Do your homework on gravity being a theory, not a law. J. May Papa, man. Do it for Chicago, man. Unite the cons in Chicago, man. Let's go, man. You feel like you're moving. You feel like you're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. And then the sun's moving too, and then you supposed to catch up with that and go around the sun, right? And the sun's going. How fast is the sun moving? This is crazy. This is crazy talk. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Average speed 448 wow, right? Sun's going average speed 448 freaking thousand miles per hour. Meanwhile, the Earth is going 67,000 miles per hour. But somehow the Earth catches up with the sun that's moving way faster. Goes around the sun. It moves away from it, even though the sun's going way faster. And you're spinning at 1,000 flipping miles per hour. And you want to believe in this. You want to believe in this because of what? Because of Helios? Because of Copernicus? Helios. Sun, Homeric Greek is the god and personification of the sun, but not the sun you see. They got their own sun, like JC, right? His name is also Latinized as Helios. All right, enough of that. Heliocentrism. Having or representing the sun as the center. Talking astronomy, man. I just went from their gods to astronomy just like that, right? I went from their gods to astronomy. Helios to heliocentric. Now you're circling around Helios. Now you're worshiping Helios. Now you're walking around the cube. Did the creator tell you to walk around some cube? To worship the creator? Nah. Now that cube or that Saturn, their sun. Now you're walking around and now you're giving it energy. Now you're worshiping the sun. Now the planets are going around the sun. But I thought the planet just meant plane. The planet just meant plane. How did it become, you know, a spinning globular spherical situation when we just talking flat? Flat spread out. Okay. So instead of it being spread out this way, like we're getting confirmation in Japanese maps from 10 centuries ago, instead of outer space literally being more land that you can go straight, take a regular airplane or a dragon straight or pop through wormholes and get to more lands beyond the poles. Now you're thinking you gotta catch up with the sun, right? When the sun's going over 448,000 miles per hour and you're going 67,000 miles per hour, and somehow this sun that's at the center is moving at 448,000 miles per hour with all these planets that never collide going around it when it's moving at 448,000 miles per hour. We're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. Yet you think you can bounce out of our spinningness into a vacuum and then go land on the moon that's also flying at whatever it is. And you don't feel nothing? And gravity, which is a theory, Einstein couldn't prove it. Can't he can't detect no motion. No one could detect any motion at all of the Earth. They tried to abolish the ether. Check out the Michael Cibola experiment, let them Jade. They tried to abolish the ether because they're not picking up any movement in the ether on the Earth. You know what I'm saying? We ain't moving. but yet the planets or the stars seem to be moving around us like a chandelier, right? I went from their gods, Helios, right? I went from their sun god. I went from their sun god to their sun god, Heliocentrism. And there he is in the middle, right? With a face on. So he's letting them know he's representing something. This has been the debate where people were, you know, arguing to keep it 100 between the heliocentric and the geocentric models. Geocentric model says the Earth is at the center of the cosmos or universe, and the planets, the sun and moon, the stars circle around it. So this debate we have, it is not no new psyop or distraction. It's old academia that they're sweeping under the rug so that you don't have any questions anymore, so that you accept theories as laws all of a sudden. But the word was out back then. Even John Hopkins dropped, 100 proofs the Earth is not a globe, or William Carpenter dropped 100 proofs the Earth is not a globe on the John Hopkins University in the 1800s. This is not a new psyop. This is an age-old conversation, heliocentric or geocentric. Is the Earth at the center, or is the sun at the center? Is the Earth at the center, or is the sun at the center? This don't seem like we're moving around the sun at 448,000 miles per hour, spinning at 1,000 miles per hour on an Earth ball, little Earth ball. This little part is supposed to be the Earth ball, but all this land don't fit on your Earth ball. And you're not going to make your Earth that much bigger, are you? You're going to make your ball bigger to fit all this land? Or do you admit that we're not spinning, man? We're not moving, man. The plane is all connected. It's flat, spread out, like the planet definition and etymology. These are planes. These are planes of existence. We're not talking about making devious, repelling, and dissuading or bewildering from the right path. So they got us on the wrong path, which got us talking about heliocentric and, the sun as the center, and the planets revolve around the sun instead of everything revolving around you. Everything revolves around you. You're that serious to HaWah. HaWah doesn't have to spin you at 1,000. But why? Why does the creator, who can create any model, right? Any model from scratch, have to spin you on a ball and have children that will never be still? We could never be still. We could never be still. For real. We could never be still. We got to spin at 1,000 miles per hour. We got to go at 67,000 super duper race car through and hope not to collide with stuff. That's why the orientation is so important. I can't talk to a Naga who still think he's spinning, and make sense, for too long. You spinning. You really internally, psychologically think you are currently spinning around and around in a super duper spaceship going 67,000 miles per hour. Somehow you catch up with this sun enough to worship it on a Sunday and go to church, right? Go to church on a Sunday. This is how you go from the Helios and understand that this is Copernicus 101. This is what Copernicus did, right? Yeah. What Copernicus did. 1543. Columbus found you in 1492. You see the reference to your brainwashing reprogram happened as soon as they found you in India Superior. This model positioned the sun at the center of the universe, motionless. Whoa, ho, ho, ho. They just said the sun's moving at 448,000 miles per hour. So y'all scientists got to make up your mind. Is the sun motionless? Or is it going at 448,000 miles per hour? Again, how fast is the sun moving? 448,000. Because the universe is expanding, balls. Or is it motionless? Y'all got to make this up, Copernicus. Seems like some Cappadocia to me. But this is the model that got introduced and put in all these classrooms, man. And this is what we are rocking with to this day, and our people truly believe it. This is like any other belief system. You have to believe in this God. You got to believe in Helios. The Copernican model replaced Ptolemy's equant circles with more epicycles. 1,500 years of Ptolemy's model helped create a more accurate estimate of the planet's motion for Copernicus. This is the main reason that Copernicus' system had even more epicycles than Ptolemy's. The more epicycles proved to have more accurate measurements of how the planets were truly positioned. Although not enough to get excited about, the Copernican system can be summarized in several positions, as Copernicus himself did in his early Commentarilists that he handed only to France, probably in the 1510s. Major features of Copernican theory are heavenly motions are uniform, eternal, and circular, and compounded of several cycles or epicycles. 2, the center of the universe is near the sun. Near the sun. Okay. Around the sun in order are Mercury, Venus, Earth, Moon, Mars, Jupiter. So Moon's like a planet. Jupiter, Saturn, and the fixed stars. The Earth has 3 motions: daily rotation, annual revolution, and we on a wobble, right? Annual tilting of its axis. We on a wobble too, by the way. We spinning on a wobble. Then we got retrograde motion of the planets explained by the Earth's motion, which in short was also influenced by planets and other celestial bodies around the Earth. And 6, the distance from the Earth to the sun is small compared to the distance to the stars. Really? Really? Or I guess they're just saying that's the closest sun. Okay. Or are the sun and the moon and the stars within in the firmament, as it says in Genesis, right? So it seems like they're trying to hide HaWah. They're trying to hide the validation that the Creator exists. And it's funny how they bring up Joshua, because don't Joshua make the sun stand still? Right. How can Joshua make the sun stand still if you're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, man? Going at 67,000 miles per hour, chasing the sun at 448,000 miles per hour. Even if the sun is motionless, if it's motionless, he ain't got to make the sun stand still because it's motion. So they're going against the prophetic writings, you know what I'm saying? Just blatantly and blasphemously, you know what I mean? What does it say? Since Copernicus' hypothesis was believed to contradict the Old Testament account of the sun's movement around the earth, Right? Because the Old Testament, the Tanakh, clearly is testifying right in your face that Joshua makes the sun stand still, showing that there is motion and movement to the sun, but that the earth is the center because it's moving, in a cycle, a circuit, across the earth. This was apparently written to soften any religious backlash against the book. However, there is no evidence that Copernicus himself considered the heliocentric model as merely mathematical, convenient, separate from reality. Nah, man, because they started pushing this. Now we got Pope Paul III, now we got the church and state connection right now happening, right? But clearly there's a contradiction of the Tanakh, which version you rocking with, which makes sense. You spin it at 1,000 miles per hour, going 67,000 miles per hour on a wobble, and you don't feel none of it, and gravity is keeping the water from spinning off in a vacuum of space. But Michael Jordan's still dunking from the free throw line because gravity's not crushing him, but it's crushing all these quadrillion tons of water. Gravity's strong enough to crush all this water, but the birds are flying in the sky unaffected by your gravity. Bubbles are floating up. Things are happening. I love the bro Sanchez. All right, man. All right, man. But yeah, then it became, locked in with the church, right? And from there, it went to the school. And this is all we know today. We stopped seeing clearly. We lost the orientation. Let's go.
Somewhere, the kingdom of Prester John is still able to exist, and there's a Christian power outside of the second ring. So now that we talked about Azania, let's just consider this as its possibilities. Is it possible, kind of, I guess, is it possible that the kingdom of Prester John survived? Definitely. I mean, Ethiopia survived for so long, and it was a Christian empire in a sea of Muslim states, so it's possible that Azania as well survived. But is it possible that they reached all this far away? It was also the possibility that it could be something else. We saw in the map of Terra Infinita of Noscom London the possibility of wormholes just opening up and people being transported from from one place to another immediately and without any stopping. So there is the possibility of just that happening and then just going from the old kingdom of Prester John to the new kingdom of Prester John and without any way to, just do anything about it. So,
in other words, right away, being bound, you can pop in and pop out. This is not my theory, Malaga. They breaking down their hypotheses, man. This is an independent researcher, right? He didn't mention my draft, but I'm sure he's surfing the wave, Drop Nation. I'm sure he's surfing our wave. All right, you know what? I'm going to take this back and just rock out with it. Let's just rock out for a second and might talk some things, man, about the cities of gold.
Hello and welcome to a new Etymology video, and once again we go back to the map of the second ring.
Bang, there it is, Quivera and Cibola. Oh, I can't get it. It's all good. Whoa. This is all our recon just spread out all over the place, man. That's why it's mind blasting. And here you can see the Serpent's Gate up there, which is what the Dragon's Gate. You got the Dragon's Gate, then you got Leviathan's Gate. So you know we talking dragons, man. This is not no question about it, right? The Sentinel's Gate and the Tiger's Gate, right? Bang, 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 bang to get out to the Hathorian Ocean or the Saracenian Ocean, something like Saracen, right? So you got Thoth over there. On the other side, you got Kavera, Cibola. Okay. We know Kavera is Keber or Eber. Eber is Keber, which is Hebrew. Sometimes they put a K, like KH, Keber or Kiver. They put the V instead of the B. So instead of Kiberi, it's Kiveri or Kivera. This is Kiriva, which we know is Kavera. All right. Which is Eber, land of Eber, man. So you got the Hebrew flow spread out, man. You got the Cahokia Mounds over there, Prester John. We kind of got the block surrounded too. You got Shangri-La over here. A lot of Shangri-La information comes up around Prester John too. So I think Prester's popping up all over the place, man. I think Prester got multiple getaways, man. I think, I don't know if there's a war happening outside the wall. This is where we got to investigate, but Prester's over there popping off, man. Don't sleep on the Prester, man, because Cibola's all over the place, which is Colonial. Let's go, man.
I went and pulled basically an all-nighter to research some of these topics, but I think they're really, really interesting, and I really want to know how much you will be interested in them. But let's just remember what we're talking about. So this is the map of the second ring. As you can see, this is a map of the world, and the world is literally surrounded by rings. In this case, there's a first ring, which is literally Antarctica, which is divided in 4 gates, and each of these 4 gates lets you explore outside of the first ring and brings you to the thing called the Atlas. So the first basically ring of habitable continents and regions that exists outside of our known world, and we explore this in depth in the original series of the World Beyond the Ice Walls. I already have a 6-hour video on it,
and we're going to belly flop in a 6-hour video. We got, obviously, but we just are spicing up and sparking up our flat drop. You got Elysium, which is talked about a lot in the Greek stuff. So some of them, they want to go to heaven. Their heaven is Elysium. You see what I'm saying? You got Amun Ra over there. You got Horus underneath there. So when Amun Ra talking about his paradise, this is where they go. I mean, we're just surfing this wave. Whatever God they serving is where they go. Now, what's over there and what happened, I don't know. We don't know. But if they serving, they trying to get to Elysium, then that's their promise, to get to this land or to get to that land of whatever their God is. We're serving the Creator, so we know we have an inheritance by law, by order. Whoever the Creator desires us to be, what I'm saying, is where we're going to be. It's not just following some God to their hijacked city, because is Amun-Ra going to be able to keep this land, or is he going to have to give it up? Is Thoth going to be able to keep this land, or is he going to have to give it up? Are these guys going to have to keep, are they going to get to keep their land when it's all going up, right? When it's all happening? Or will HaWah take all HaWah's land back for the children? Purify with dragon fire, right? Yeah, Leviathan flow. Come on.
Or different multiple episodes on it, so I'm not gonna be covering it once again in this video. It's just a reminder for those that have not watched it. Well, basically you don't need to watch it, because of course the informations on the second ring are, although correlated, not necessarily linked to the ones in the first ring, but the importance is that basically we already talked about all of these places in the first ring. But outside of the first ring, there's a second ice wall that divides the second and first rings from each other, and this ice wall is called the mountain ring. So it's way larger, the depth, the size, just definitely everything about it is way, way bigger than the one of the ice walls. So as you can see, we already talked about all of these things in...
Whoa, and it says Amun-Ra is the stronghold of the Nephilim, right? Now, these were all this hijack mixing and, what I'm saying, these giants and different things that were created with all this mixing with the fallen angels or fallen dragons. Again, there's dragons on both sides of the war. Fallen dragons and, seraphim, you know what I'm saying? High orders of dragons, you know what I'm saying? But the lower angels, right, mixed in and did all that. And now you have this whole land of Nephilim, which is the land of Amun-Ra, right? According to this research. Heavenly bound to the earth, right? Elysium, right? All that. On the other side, I saw Shia, like Shishia, right? So it's the Western Shishia lands popping off, man. You see all kinds of stuff. I see the land called Eden over there too, right? You see all kinds of stuff.
Previous episodes of this series, but I think it's finally time to explore more about this world. And in this case, last time we explored 4 places. It was Weldrum, the place you could get to more easily by exiting the first ring and going into the second ring. We talked about Weldrum, which was the land of the giant duendes, and basically land of giants and mostly troll-like people. Then we explored Polybius, the Psychonaut's oasis, and talked about how it basically correlated both ancient travels of the ancient Greeks and also ancient Romans, and also the ability to explore things inside one's mind. And then we discovered the Scorched Wastes and the Iran city of 1,000 pillars, which was present in Islamic theology, and also all these basically factors. And finally, we explored the continent of New Cahokia, Kingdom of the Mounds, and explored their origins according to the North American natives. So that's what we did last time, and today we will be exploring 4 more lands. The first one I want to look at is Azania, the Kingdom of Prester.
I mean, so he just brought the Cahokia to America. We just said it was. So why would why would this land connect to America and this land not connect to America, man? Just, I'll wait. This is their research. But he's going to try to connect Azania with all the fairy tales of Prester John, Ethiopia, Asia. We know where Asia is. Don't make me pull up the map, right? Where's Asia? Where's China? Where's India Superior? We know this with a dragonfly perspective. So when they say Asia, we know we're still talking America or Ania. Asia is Ania. Greater Ania, greater so-called Tartaria is America. Old world, but not the ancient world, Egypt, Ethiopia, all these lands, America. And America is more than America, because America connects in lands beyond the poles, and this is why America is so important, perhaps because you have to go through these vortexes in America or around America to get to certain other lands that they really need, because you're talking Heaven's Gate and you're talking the kingdom of Prester John.
John. This is a very interesting topic because both the name Azania and both the Kingdom of Prester John have very deep lore. You can just check online if you want, but of course I'm going to tell you because that's what we do here.
That's what we do.
First, when we do that, let's just localize these places. So Azania is in the second ring. It's on basically the equator, this red line of the second ring. And in this case, you can see that the irradiated wastes are next to it. So their part of the land is probably not the best to live in. Yet, we can see that it is better in the case of vegetation than the ones next to the scorched wastes. Of course, Iram is almost unlivable. It's a living hell. And then even the Polybius, the Psychonaut's oasis, and Weldrum have many deserts present, which are not present in Azania, which is, of course, something to be noted. For the matter of arriving to Azania, the kingdom of Prester John, you should take the same route we talked about with Weldrum. So exiting this little narrow strait from the first and the second ring, then basically making a pit stop into Weldrum, and then finally navigating through the coastline here all the way up to Azania. So that is basically where you gotta go. The Azanian continent is actually surrounded by the Mazuic Ocean in the north and the Carousel Ocean in the south, which is the same one of
Carousel. Right quick. On that shishia, it looked like it said something about it. Let's go. Come on. Yeah, it looked like on the shishia, when it said shia, it had this dragon drop. Something of a dragon, it said. Wow. Let me let it load up. So we can get busy.
Which we already talked about. So let's actually get into Azania and the kingdom of Prester John. So this place is very, very interesting. We actually have to analyze what we are talking about when we talk about Azania. So first of all, let's see what Azania is. Azania as a name comes from Greek, ancient Greek, and it was actually a name given to a wide region of Africa, specifically the coast of southeastern Africa, roughly from Kenya to northern Mozambique. So of course, Azania is not a name that only relies on this.
My bad, y'all. You see when the frequency gets too high, Hijack City doesn't know what to do. They start glitching out and all this stuff. You gotta be real patient with them. Don't let them get you off your spiral. You know what I'm saying? It's just over. We over dropping for them. It's just too much water. It's too much water.
This area, it's a name that
It's back in
the Azanian continent is actually surrounded by the Amazon Ocean in the north and the Carousel Ocean in the south, which is the same one of New Cahokia, which we already talked about. So let's actually that's what we do here. But first when we do that, let's just localize these places. So Azania is...
Alright. Now when you see Shia up here, interesting. You got the Calamitous Ocean, man. The Mizzou Carousel Ocean. And he said that Cahokia is connected with America with the same water, right? So why wouldn't this same water connect you with the same America on all these lands, including the Heaven's Gate? Let's see if we can get it bigger. I know it's small, but it says Palace of Jade Dragon. Now, when you talk cities of gold, you got the Jade mask and different things on this Jade. And there's dragons. Interesting. All right. Then you got the glowing islands. All right. Palace of Jade Dragon is above Prester John's kingdom, across the Mizzouic Ocean. I just want to see that. Because when you talk about these Western Shia, and also the Shia is the Almec. Shia, the Shia is the Almec, Managi, right? So, yeah, we're talking the Jade Dragon. It's a lot on it. Look, even if someone just made all this up, they put a lot of drop into it. It's worth investigating. And yeah, we're talking more lands beyond the poles, which if Amadeo Giannini and Worlds Beyond the Poles, laid it out real clear. That all that telescope illusions and globular bodies are just a result of this lens refraction, right? Just concave lenses on concave lenses. A magic trick, a magic show. That there are no globular balls spinning in space. It's all more flat land, so-called. We got mountains, we got valleys, but you know what I mean? More land beyond the pole. All right. Let me get it like this so it don't be tripping out. Let's go.
In the second ring, it's on basically the equator, this red line of the second ring. And in this case, you can see that the irradiated wastes are next to it. So their part of the land is probably not the best to live in. Yet we can see that it is better in the case of vegetation than the ones next to the scorched wastes. Of course, Iram is almost unlivable. It's a living hell. And then even the Polybius, the Psychonauts Oasis, and Weldrum.
And down there it also says Draconic Island. So you got more dragon islands. You got Terra, which is more wing something. So you got all this Leviathan, dragon, draconic. Like you see dragon all over this place. So when you got dragons, you can ride your dragons through the vortexes or the wormholes in the water. Or you can ride them, straight across, like however you want to be on the radar, off the radar, my naga. But he already suggested as his hypothesis that Prester John is just popping in and out of the gateways through the wormholes, right? Through the dragon holes, through the vortexes.
Have many deserts present which are not present in Azania, which is of course something to be noted. For the matter of arriving to Azania, the kingdom of Prester John, you should take the same route we talked about with Wilderness. So exiting this little narrow strait from the first and the second ring, then basically making a pit stop into Wilderness, and then finally navigating through the coastline here, all the way up to Azania.
That's how you get there.
So that is basically where you gotta go. The Azanian continent is actually surrounded by the Mazuic Ocean.
Oh man, that's hilarious, because everybody like, how you get to Prester John? And he just laid out exactly how you get to the kingdom of Prester John. I like that, man. We on a carousel ride, man.
North and the Carousel Ocean in the south, which is the same one of New Cahokia, which we already talked about. So let's actually get into Azania and the kingdom of Prester John. So this place is very, very interesting. We actually have to analyze what we're talking about when we talk about Azania. So first of all, let's see what Azania is. Azania as a name comes from Greek, ancient Greek, and it was actually a name given to a wide region of Africa, specifically the coast of southeastern Africa, roughly from Kenya to northern Mozambique. So, of course, Azania is not a name that only relies on this area. It's a name that is still used in the modern day. In fact, South Sudan, after its independence, could have adopted this name. It was proposed. The region of
So this is all like malarkey. It's like, yeah, well, we have some theories that Azania is an African thing, so they named it after this to connect with that. Or, Prester John got his traps also in Africa and in Europe. We can't rule out any connection with the priest kingdom in any of these lands. We got as much Ahab for Africa as we do for Europe, as we do for all of Amma. All this is the mama. All this is mama. So don't hate no land. The land ain't done none to you. Right? Don't hate no lands. They ain't done none of you. Right? These people have done things, but we've also done things, right? So we all got to take accountabilities. So I'm not ruling out no connection with Africa. I'm just saying, like, most likely all these tales, are pointing right back to India, superior.
The region of Azania was basically the region you can see here in green. It's a coincidence that this is actually made in green. It's just the climate, but you can kind of see what the region of Azania was, and that was the name given to it in Roman times. Although it was never really identified specifically with any specific area, so it was still kind of unknown.
So you brought us to Africa just to say, although it wasn't actually identified with anywhere. So it definitely wasn't specifically identified with Africa. Body bag.
We know the Romans and the Greeks had done expeditions on it, but we don't know exactly where it is. That said, in ancient Roman times, the merchants of the area called Rapta, there was a city that was thought to be the biggest trade port in Azania, would have commercial links to the Roman merchants. So we can see that here simply there was some kind of connection between the Romans and the Roman Empire and the ports of Azania, specifically Rapta. By the way, Rapta has been identified with many places in history. It could have been identified with Dar es Salaam, so the capital of I believe, Tanzania, if I'm not recalling incorrectly. And so these Roman merchants would be cruising the area because of the just trade routes that would extend from Rome to Asia, and of course it would also go parallel to Africa, so it would go all the way right here and finally come in contact with these people, and that is why they start calling this area Azania. So this area was caused to be somewhat explored by them. It was not completely unknown. And Claudius Ptolemy and also Constantine of Antioch, which were two historical figures in ancient Rome, also mentioned Azania in their travels. So we can see that Azania is both what we call this continent here, but also what we call a historical region of Africa. But then the other part of the continent of Azania is even more interesting because it confuses, yet it makes more sense. The kingdom of Prester John. So I know already most people should know about the kingdom of Prester John by now, but it is very, very interesting, and I will explain it to you since it's one of those deep dive topics that there's so much information on, and it's crazy how little it's talked about because it's one of those things that you expect everybody to know. Yet, of course, school curriculum.
School curriculums, they don't talk about this. And just salute to you, Drop Nation, because great reconner, man. Don't mean he's gonna be right about this, right about that, but he's going for it, man. He's going for it. And to him, this is a little known topic. To you, this is what we do. You know what I mean? This is what we talk about. We're on 125. Like, we've been doing it for almost a decade, my nigga. So, just salute to you, man, for doing the little known, taking the little known path in history and scholastic academia, high level academia. Prester John has talked about it in Yale and Harvard, and just all these, major, streams of, scholars and scholarly works and worlds from every single time period. You're going to get some Prester John knowledge, whether we're talking the Mongolian connection with the Wang Kong and Prester John. You're going to combine the Mongol history with the Hebrew King David. It's going to take you to Ethiopia, you know what I'm saying? It's going to take you to China. We're going to talk Khan in China, India superior, you know what I mean? Everyone's going to connect to the priest Khan, man, all across the earth plane. That's why it's the most fascinating investigation, other than you investigating the creator. You know what I'm saying? That's why Hosea 3 says you got to seek HaWah first. Right, then you see King David, right? But first you got to get in code with the creator, because that's really the most important investigation. How the code is affecting your life. Are you in code? Because you can't bypass the code to start seeing clearly. We're not popping off like this because we bypass the code. No, we are thoroughly, researching the code within us, within our community, within, our tribe, man. We don't got it perfect. I ain't got it perfect. But we ain't trampling the law, my nigga. And that's raising our frequency. And this is why someone can come all these years later and say, man, this is a little known topic. No one's talking about this. They don't talk about this in curriculum. They don't talk about this in school. So I gotta salute you, my niggas. We gotta say Halal HaWah that we on this investigation from the tippity top. This is our mark that we have left in the, world of academia. You know what I'm saying? Our investigation using what we could, using what was available to us. And hey, the investigation continues. Halal HaWah.
Historical region of Africa. But then the other part of the continent of Azania is even more interesting because it confuses, yet it makes more sense. The kingdom of Prester John. So I know already most people should know about the kingdom of Prester John by now, but it is very, very interesting, and I will explain it to you since it's one of those deep dive topics that there's so much information on, and it's crazy how little it's talked about because it's one of those things that you expect everybody to know. Yet, of course, school curriculums don't even mention it. I had to do my research individually, but the information is out there. It's not like made up or something. So let's talk about the kingdom of Prester John. So first of all, what is Prester John? Who is Prester John? He was called Prester John, Presbyter Johannes, Parete Johnny, and many more names. He was believed to be a Christian ruler in a land far away from Europe.
Stop the capery. Stop the capery. My bad. We about to watch Taekwondo.
So I hope you guys agree with me on the Azania topic.
Stop the capery, man. They're labeling him Christian because he's King David, you know what I mean? And because he's connected with the Bible, they put the Christian title on him, but he's going to even admit he had no connection with the Catholic Church whatsoever. they're trying to track him down as hope so he can help them fight against the Moors, so-called. We know now that they were all fighting together against Prester John. They came to invade, search out, vanquish the kingdom of Prester John, of Israel.
And if you don't, you're free to leave the comments and explain what are things you know about the kingdom of Prester John, about Azania, and about this map, about the content we are looking at.
Let me reload.
Next, it's time to go.
Let me reload this page because it's tweaking, man. I told you, man, we got these we got these computers tripping. We got the hijack, we got the robots tweaking. They glitching now. They can't label stuff right. They trying to deliver nothing but hijack to us, man. And we dodging it, man. We like, yo, Mr. Mailman, stay clear, man. Hold on, man. What's going on? Look at this, man. Hijack City. Hijack City. Let me go back.
Mozambique. So, of course, Azania is not a name that only relies on this area. It's a name that is still used in the modern day. In fact, South Sudan, after its independence, could have adopted this name. It was proposed, and the region of Azania was basically the region you can see here in green. It's a coincidence that this is actually made in green. It's just the climate, but you can kind of see what the region of Azania was, and that was the name given to it in Roman times, although it was never really identified specifically with any specific area. So it was still kind of unknown. We know the Romans and the Greeks had done expeditions on it, but we don't know exactly where it is. That said, in ancient Roman times, the merchants of the area called Rapta, there was a city that was thought to be the biggest trade port in Azania, would have commercial links to the Roman merchants. So we can see that just simply there was some kind of connection between the Romans and the Roman Empire and the ports of Azania, in specifically Rapta. By the way, Rapta has been identified with many places in history. It could have been identified with Dar es Salaam, so the capital of I believe, Tanzania, if I'm not recalling incorrectly. And so these Roman merchants would be cruising the area because of the just trade routes that would extend from Rome to Asia, and of course it would also go parallel to Africa, so they would go all the way right here and finally come in contact with these people. And that is why they started calling this area Azania. So this area was caused to be somewhat explored by them. It was not completely unknown. And Claudius Ptolemy and also Constantine of Antioch, which were two historical figures in ancient Rome, also mentioned Azania in their travels. So we can see that Azania is both what we call this continent here, but also what we call a historical region of Africa. But then the other part of the continent of Azania is even more interesting because it confuses, yet it makes more sense. The kingdom of Prester John. So I know already most people should know about the kingdom of Prester John by now, but it is very, very interesting, and I will explain it to you since it's one of those deep dive topics that there's so much information on, and it's crazy how little it's talked about, because it's one of those things that you expect everybody to know. Yet, of course, school curriculums don't even mention it. I had to do my research individually, but the information is out there. It's not like made up or something. So let's talk about the kingdom of Prester John. So first of all, what is Prester John? Who is Prester John? He was called Prester John, Presbyter Johannes, Prete Gianni, and many more names. He was believed to be a Christian ruler in a land far away from Europe, where he ruled as a theocrat under the word of God, despite not having contacts with the Catholic Church. Of course, this is in the setting of medieval times, so if you were a Christian, you kind of had to have contacts with the Catholic Church. Even the Orthodox Christians, which were the Christians that developed after one know, 54, so in the Eastern Roman Empire and the Slavic populations up here, still had contacts with the Catholic Church, even if they were not really good contacts. But to have a Christian realm, a big empire that was Christian, and not be anywhere near Europe, and also not be linked with the Pope, the papacy, and the Catholicism was something crazy to many.
Because they weren't Christians. They're Hebrews. They just are factoring out the Hebrews completely and saying, you got to be Christian or Muslim. What about my tribe? Christian or Muslim, man? Hey, only the Sith deal in absolutes. Ain't that right? Star Wars? Star Wars? This is Star Wars. Only the Sith deal in absolutes. Star Wars, they're not going in outer space. They're going inner space, right? Through the water, popping out. That's why Star Trek was really about a boat, a ship named the USS Enterprise. What spaceship is named USS Enterprise? That's a clear boat. That's a boat going beyond, finding whatever it's at, you know what I'm saying? Going beyond to places beyond, you know what I mean? Like, that's all to go beyond, right? The outer space, right? More lands beyond the pole. Man, this is mind blast.
Medieval Europe and medieval Christianity as a whole. So it just didn't make sense. But yet, they all knew something like that existed. So it was crazy, but they did not know where it was. And this is where basically this whole thing comes to mind when it comes to this kingdom of Prester John. So is it possible that Azania was not here, but was actually outside of the second ring? And is it possible that the kingdom of Prester John was not where we were going to see that it was proposed it was, but it was actually right here. So first of all, let's see basically something about this Prester John. His wealth and power were unmatched in legend, and the only thing
Managa, this is a Naga, and they all know he's a Naga, which is why they trying to connect him with Africa. This looked like Uncle Nuck in there. This looked like the Olmec head, right? Olmec head, the Shishir. And how sick in the head do these hijacks got to be to think that anyone rocking what they call Catholicism, Christianities, or anything to do with the Bible gotta go check in with Rome over there. Like, man, you better get out these ice walls, man. You're talking about I gotta go check in over there. It's like, do you understand it? I'm outside the second ring, man. Just for now. So they're telling you that there's niggas, right? Niggas, Nagoose, right? Remember Nagoose? King, reign, to reign? That there's niggas outside of the first and second ice ring. And this is why they got the Antarctic Treaty, man. They don't want you to know and connect with these niggas that are Hebrews. That they can't put in their Catholicisms. They can't attach it. They're not even connected. They're not even communicating. He's writing letters to them saying, look, man, y'all better understand that my kingdom is great. I serve the one true power. I ain't no Christian. I don't serve no JC. I serve HaWah directly. This ain't no Christian cross. This is the Tau. He's holding it perfectly so you see it's the Tau. Every sword they're using as a sword, that sword is also a Tau. The Tau is the last letter in Hebrew, which means the mark, the sign, the covenant. Two cross sticks coming back together. We're going to get that for the dismount. Ezekiel 37. Kingdom of Shalom.
More famous than them were his animosity towards the Mohammedans, the Muslims, since he was said to be surrounded by them, and his country's existence at stake. So what does that mean? Basically, it means that Prester John was not only
right quick, this Iwa remind me of Avatar, right? The levitating islands in Avatar, remember that? And they say Awa, or HaWah. HaWahs. This is HaWahs, man. Let's go.
only a single figure, but it was also some kind of dynastic role, like a leadership role, like you would call a king or an emperor or something like that. So it was not a single person in a single time period. but something that existed for centuries. And it was also something that was at odds with the Muslim powers of the area. The question is, what if the Muslim powers were able to just defeat him and he was forced to flee? So, next.
Now we're talking Genghis Khan. And was he forced to flee, or did he choose to flee because that's what the order was? We had to fall to be risen up again, raised up again, right? It was his time to lay low. Sometimes it's time to retreat. Not because you're weak, but because without the code, you can't compete. Too much destruction, countless, and it's a time, that you have to refocus, retune, re-energize. And this has been a time for all of us. In this Ruach Tardy mind, we've been asleep. HaWah put us to sleep. Remember, we got that scripture, right? Let's go.
Next from that, let's see his proposed location on maps. Because of course this is not only a matter of what he was, who he was, but also where he was. Because of course Europe had heard about this Prester John, they had heard about this Christian empire, but they was not sure where he actually was, and where this Christian empire was even located. So, when it comes to his location, there is much debate to be had. Some during the Middle Ages identified his realm with the ones in Tartaria and Mongolia. We just did a video on Tartaria, the second last video we did, and it was basically
in North America. As we have it on our maps, it says Greater Tartaria in North America. Now they're going to try to put it in Asia and Europe and all these other places, but with a dragonfly perspective, we see clearly.
This area right here, basically what I'm doing with my mouse here, and it's basically the area of modern-day Siberia, also this area here in Russia, also this area here in the Turkic steppes, and all the way to Manchuria and northern China. Basically, it's this entire area. So it was proposed that it was there or in Mongolia, because they did have some Khans, so some rulers of these areas which were Christians, and which is documented on, so we know this was something real. But then there's also the other proposals, which are even in India and China, and according to John of Pian del Carpine, it was a Chinese prince, which
Where's China? Where's China? Let's go.
Controlled the entire area of China, included the area of the, I think it was the Azure River, something like that. And this whole thing was kind of weird and probably improbable because we don't really know about any Christian ruler of China. There are no accounts in Chinese history about.
That's because he's not Christian, guys. Get out the mind of a hijack. He's Hebrew. And yeah, you're going to connect the real China with the Khans, because there ain't no cha-cha in the old language. There's ka. Hard K. Ka. That CH is a K. Kana. Kana. So the land of the Khan, China, Kana, all this is America. Asia, original America. And they repurposed and rebranded the rest of the world out of straight confusion. Remember, to make devious. Dissuade from the right path, to bewilder you on purpose, to make you completely confused. So now we got confusion that we got to correct. So we see clearly there's more land beyond the pole. More suns, more moons. The further you go, you're going to get more luminaries. It just makes sense. A little bit more than we're going to go ahead and jump into the cities and go. Let's have some fun. Let's go. This is a 40-minute drive, so we're going to be in and out of this. We're just picking up our flat drive 101.
About anything like that, so it doesn't make that much sense. Finally, the third account is actually the most believable.
And I'm going to say this, man. Flat drive has really evolved. You know what I'm saying? Like, from, us just, going after debating people that live, like, we started really with the flat drop, you know what I mean? And really with the code, and through the code, we connected with the flat drop. A lot of my Nagas jumped on the wave because of the flat drop. It was just so much fun to dig on and just get our facts against their theories, right? But it's evolved with all these maps and these worlds beyond the poles, and it's just really spiraled up, man. So to come back to flat drop, 2023 style, fifth wave style, it's gonna be a lot of fun, man. So buckle up your boot bone.
The most famous and widely accepted proposed location was Ethiopia, and he was seen by many as the emperor of Ethiopia, or of the Christian African realms north of it, like Makuria and Alodia. So we're talking about the realms in Ethiopia right here, or the realms right above it, so in the region that was once called Nubia. So now we're going into African history. Of course, I don't want to dwell too much on this because, of course, we have to focus on the map. But of course, this means that basically this kingdom of Prester John was something that was very widely identified with Ethiopia. But this was not a direct identification because it was mostly made after Europeans had actually started to get contacts with Ethiopia. Because, of course, there was a whole part of history where Ethiopia, the Christian empire of Ethiopia, and Europe were divided by the entirety of the most states of the area. So they just kind of identified these theories with the facts that were at hand, and of course identified Ethiopia with the kingdom of Prester John, although there is no proof about this. And therefore, this map comes to mind. So the theory the map is trying to propose is that Azania, or the kingdom of Prester John, was not only in this area, it probably was somewhere outside of Europe, but the Muslims won. So the Islamic emperors won in their fight against the Christian powers of the area, and the Christians had to flee. So where to flee when everywhere else is surrounded by Muslims? You had to go at sea. And somehow, in some way or matter, they managed to traverse the Sentinel's Gate, go all the way out of the first ring, and finally escape into the second ring, and finally settle in Azania, the kingdom of Prester John. So they rebuilt the kingdom of Prester John into a realm in the second ring. So that is the hypothesis that is being proposed in this map, and I kind of love it because it would mean that somewhere the kingdom of Prester John is still able to exist, and there's a Christian power outside of the second ring. So now that we talked about Azania, let's just consider this as its possibilities. Is it possible? Kind of, I guess. Is it possible that the kingdom of Prester John survived? Definitely. I mean, Ethiopia survived for so long, and it was a Christian empire in a sea of Muslim states, so it's possible that Azania as well survived. But is it possible that they reached all this far away? It was also the possibility that it could be something else. We saw in the map of Terra Infinita of Nos Confunden the possibility of wormholes just opening up and people being transported from one way, from one place to another immediately and without any stopping. So there is the possibility of just that happening and then just going from the old kingdom of Prester John to the new kingdom of Prester John and without any way to, just do anything about it. So there's almost many hypotheses we can talk about here, but I think we developed upon the most important ones, and I don't want to waste too much time on them. So I hope you guys agree with me on the Azania topic, and if you don't, you're free to leave the comments and explain whatever things you know about the kingdom of Prester John, about Azania, and about this map, about the continent we are looking at.
Wow.
Next, it's time to go into another continent. This time, it's time to go to Minerva, Croatoan. So this is one of those things that I had heard about previously from this map, but I had not specifically researched it before this map. So when researching it, it's wild, it's crazy, and it is scary. I actually got kind of scared after researching this because I thought, okay, but what if this actually happens? Is this real? Okay, so let me just explain. So Minerva Croatoan. First of all, these are two words that don't really fit well with each other. They have two very separate meanings, and these words are of course Minerva and Croatoan. Minerva is a Roman counterpart of the ancient Greek goddess Athena, goddess of wisdom, sapience, and military strategy. So many people already know Athena. It's a pretty well-known figure in ancient Greek mythology and religion, and of course I don't really need to develop on it. Of course, Minerva is the Roman name, so the one that was taken from the Romans, but it's still the same concept, and it doesn't have anything to do with Croatoan. So I don't know really what the Minerva part of this continent comes from, and you're free to let me know in the comments if you have any ideas. But the interesting part of this continent is the Croatoan part. It is way more interesting than the Minerva part, let me tell you that. So Croatoan was the only word that was the remains as proof of something mysterious and alien in nature, happening to the first ever colonial attempt of Britain to settle America. So, as you can see, it's crazy. It goes all the way back to the colonial ages, all the way back to the 16th century, all the way back to the United States of America, so it's something that is located in that area, and it's time to elaborate. So, let's start in the beginning.
Whoa. I didn't see that coming. I was wondering what the Minerva, situation was, but they're again bringing this right to America. I'm not making this up, am I? So this carousel situation, this carousel, waterway, all these lands. If Minerva connects to America, and on the other side is the Cahokia Mounds that connects to America. Prester gotta connect to America. If all these lands around this carousel situation connect to America, and these carousel waters must be some type of vortex to get in and out, filled with wormholes or dragon vortexes. Y'all want to hear more about the Croatoan, or y'all want to watch Cities of Gold? Y'all let me know. 3 more minutes? All right, 3 more minutes, and we are Cities of Gold.
Let's go all the way to America and the map. Let's go all the way to the United States and talk about a guy called Sir Walter Raleigh. He was a British navigator and poet, and he was given the obligation by the Queen of England, Elizabeth I, to start the first settlements in the territories that now compose the USA. So this was not the first British settlement in the entirety of North America. They did have a settlement in modern-day Newfoundland, Canada, so it was not the first time they ever attempted something like this. But Newfoundland, Canada was a very desolate place compared to the ones in the other parts of America, and definitely a place easier to settle if you didn't have troubles with the natives. While in this case, the Sir Walter Raleigh was basically told by the Queen to start a colony in the area of the Chesapeake Bay, basically, so this area right here. And this area was kind of dangerous because of the populations living in them, because they hadn't been in contact with Europeans yet, so the diseases didn't kill them off, and therefore they were still very densely populated areas with, of course, dangerous natives. Like, of course, if you're going to settle and colonize, you won't have a nice experience with the natives. That's probably the most common thing to expect. So Sir Walter Raleigh embarked in 2 separate expeditions and attempts to create a settlement on the East Coast, but both ended in failure. The first of these attempts was carried on the island of Roanoke, next to North Carolina's mainland. So we're talking about something like right here, alright? So once again we can see this word, Roanoke. Apparently, Roanoke was the name given to the island east of the North Carolina area. So you can see these small, very small green things on the map. Of course, this map is very big, so you can't see these small things very nicely, but these are the islands that are near North Carolina, and one of these is Roanoke. So basically, the first attempt at this settlement was a failure due to its arguments and violence between the settlers and the natives. That culminated in the settlers burning down a native village called Aquagoscock, and the natives retaliating by expelling the settlers out of their land. So, of course, this was the first attempt. They were unprepared, they didn't have any previous experience in this, so of course they just did not come prepared and were expelled after violences had broken up between them and the natives. Of course, this was not the last time Sir Walter Raleigh would try an attempt to actually...
So when they first came in these areas, don't let them trick you into saying, oh, you just got demolished and vanquished. Nah, man. A lot of times, man, you rose up and you knotted up and you tribed up and you kicked these hijacks off that land, wherever it was. We're talking Texas, California, where we talking about? Mexico, Monaga, you know what I'm saying? We just didn't have the unity to continue kicking the hijack off the land. Some people say, hey, the hijacks, they come with treaties, boss. If I team up with the hijack, we'll get more land. The hijack will secure me the land that I couldn't get on my own. The hijack will make sure I get the promised land. Did it work out for you?
Establish a settlement in the modern United States. In fact, the second attempt was very much more peculiar. In fact, Sir Walter Raleigh entrusted the creation of a new settlement near the Chesapeake Bay once again to his great friend John White, together with the settlers from England, which of the number of settlers was actually 115. So it was not a couple people, these were 115 lives that were coming with them into the New World. Therefore, John White, so this friend of Sir Walter Raleigh, and his settler families embarked towards the New World. But
New World, Monaga. So when you look at these maps, they're just now finding you in the New World. These lands beyond the poles are new to them. As weird and strange as Azania is to you, America is to them. Europe is to them. Africa is to them. They're just finding these lands. Just like you're just stumbling back on your ancient knowledge that there's more worlds, more land, flat land, whatever. Right? So every time they find a new world, that's a new world, new found land. We found new land. And they kept getting kicked off by the hostile natives, right? The Nagas that said, hell no, man. Get the hell up off my land, man. They had to devise tricks and send missionaries and give you Zeus and Helios and bring you into heliocentricities. Make you think you are disconnected from the other Nagas beyond the poles. That instead of going through the wormholes through the water that anybody can go through, you now had to be an astronaut and wear a space suit and go in a space shuttle and then pass all these exams to be an astronaut or be a billionaire and get a free ride to, low Earth orbit, right? Instead of going straight.
But at their arrival, they had the unfortunate surprise of not finding anything left around by the previous settlers that were attacked by the natives, so they had to go somewhere.
And there you see it, Croatoan. This is America.
Else to settle in. So when they actually arrived in the area, they expected, of course, to find some fort, some fortification, some sort of settlement, some sort of physical proof that there were people before them there, and they could not find it, either because they were destroyed by the natives or by the climate, the tempests, whatever kind of thing that happened there. But they couldn't find it, so they couldn't settle once more in Roanoke, but they had to settle somewhere else. During the establishment of this new settlement, a settler would be killed by another Native American while he was hunting for crabs, and this, mixed with the hostile climate and environment, and the winter of 1587, which was particularly cold, caused the settlers to implore John White to sail back to England to get help. So these settlers were not happy about the situation that was happening there. They could not figure out what was going on. They were not experienced in settling, of course. Once again, these are not the same settlers that went on the first expedition, so these were 115 people that were completely unrelated to the ones that came beforehand, and they were terrified, basically. They had already had the one guy dying of being killed by a native, and already people were dying, or at least were kind of just starving to death because of the winter. So John White kind of refused at first, but finally he accepted because he didn't want them to just starve and die, but was only able to actually leave in 15 1890. So that's 3 years later from when the settlement was first created. This means that in 3 years the situation just got worse, more people died, more people starved, the resources were not enough, and of course the violences with the natives could have been greater. Of course, we do not have any proof of this though, so we don't know if the violence with the natives did increase at all. So we can't just say, oh well, the violence with the natives increased, because we don't have any proof of it. When John White came back with the reinforcements, and here is the wild part of this, so this is the part that is crazy, and which actually links up with the map of the second ring. So when John White came back with the reinforcements, the sight under his eyes shocked him. Despite being there and being completely unscathed, the settlement he had left 5 months prior was completely empty. All the things someone would get to go away were gone, alright? But nothing was burned or destroyed. There was no indicator of a war with the natives or a civil war in the settlement. Something was not right. The only proof that there were even people living there in the area was one word carved in a tree saying CRO, crow, and one in a palisade saying, all in full caps, Croatoan. So, what does this mean? Were they trying to reach the old settlements? Was this what they were trying to do? We don't know. This is the crazy part. This is the part that kind of scared me. Because these people kind of just vanished. There were no tombs, no corpses, no burials, no destroyed.
You kind of say the same thing about the Shia, and now you see a whole land of the Shia, and then you got Quivera and Anion and Cibola, right? You got all this stuff across the, as if they knew something we don't. That when they go underground, they're really popping up. They're really popping out the ground. They're really going through vortexes connected to the ancient lands and ancient knowledge. And you say, well, why don't we know about it? Naga, you don't need to know about it until you're ready to know about it. Or else you're going to abuse, the situation. Knowledge out of order is not cool. That's why the fallen angels was chastised by HaWah, because it wasn't the knowledge that they were teaching that was wrong. It was the order in which they were teaching it. It wasn't that HaWah didn't want, HaWah's children to, know this information. It's just, you don't give a baby a plate of steak. You don't give a 7-day-old baby steak and say, eat this steak, do you? A big bowl of chicken, do you give that to a baby? So there was an order to how we were supposed to be enlightened, brought into awareness, however we are, being, framed and shaped by our creator, our breath, our security. You come out of order, say, oh, y'all don't know this, huh? Y'all don't know that, That's not order, right? So this is why you're just now becoming aware, because now it's time for you to know. And that's a good thing, Managa, because that mean you popping off.
Destroyed anything, no people going anywhere, and the only symbol that was linking them with anything was Croatoan. So couldn't they just went back to the other island? Could they have reached Roanoke Island? What happened? What happened that made the people just vanish? There was a supposed expedition to find them on the other islands, but they couldn't go because there was a storm, and it was just not worth it to die even more. So these people are never found, and there was never any proof that they even...
It's almost like all these lands are connected to a heavenly realm, or a realm outside the ice, or outside the wall. More land. We're going to come back to it. I just gave you a few more minutes because you asked for it, man. I think it's time, man. Again, man. Let's have some fun and just, belly flop, jump into this episode of Cities of Gold for some criticism, comments, Section 107 copyright. Fair use, man. Fair use. Just to get our mind off of, sometimes, you just got to take that that HaWah and surfed away into the subterranean secret. I just belly flopped and chose this episode. I don't know which one it is. What's this? Episode 15. All right, let's just go, man. We talking subterranean, right? We talking oceans, right? I don't know, man. Let's go to the mysterious cities of go. Hey, fair use. Let's go.
It is the 16th century. From all over Europe, great ships sail west to conquer the new world, the Americas. The men eager to seek their fortune, to find new adventures in new lands. They long to cross uncharted seas and discover unknown countries, to find secret gold on a mountain trail high in the Andes. They dream of following the path of the setting sun that leads to El Dorado and the mysterious cities of gold.
Go. Let's go.
Children of the sun, see your time has just begun. Searching for your ways through adventures every day and night. With the condor in flight, with all your friends in tow, you search for the cities of gold. Wishing for the cities of gold. Someday we will find
The cities of gold. Do. Cities of gold. Cities of gold.
someday we will find.
The cities of gold. That's pretty. Let's go.
Mendoza stole the cannon from the Spanish army to win the friendship of the Indians, but his plan failed. The 3 Spaniards are about to be executed when Esteban comes to save them, but he demands that Mendoza give him back the sun from his gold medallion.
Child of the sun. Child of the sun. Black Steve. Black ass Steve. That's a tree, man. That's a tree.
Comrades, from now on we must fight side by side. I am quite sure that Gomez will attack the fort to get his cannon back.
Well, looks as if there isn't anyone here who wants to listen to me. They're all too busy. Huh.
Esteban, please, will you try to see if you can get them to help me?
Please, listen to Mendoza. It's important. At this very moment, Commander Gomez and his soldiers are preparing to attack us.
If you order it, Esteban, my men and I will obey you. The magic touch. My friends, we must do what this Mendoza says.
Yes, sir.
I want you to take the cannon up there, up those steps to the parapet, and put it by the wall.
Up there on the rampart, it's Mendoza.
Now, Pedro, fix it securely.
That thief, that traitor. I'll tear him limb from limb. Forward march! They're coming! They're coming! The Spaniards are coming!
But they're here already? Commander Gomez, if you take one more step, we'll shoot you with your own cannon.
Such insolence! In our own cannon!
Fire a warning shot.
Yes. Wasted shot, clumsy fools. Mendoza may know how to pilot a ship, but obviously he knows nothing about firing cannons. He missed by a mile.
You may be right. How many of our cannonballs did he steal?
4, Commander. That means he has only 3 left and only 1 barrel of powder. Fix it more securely. Pull it tight, Sergeant.
You really think it'll work?
There's nothing else. It has to work.
We'll fire 1 more warning shot.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, there's nothing to fear. They don't know the first thing about firing cannons. If they hurt anyone, it will only be by pure chance. Forward, man! Ready? Fire! There, you see? He can no more fire a cannon than a cow can fly. Forward! Fire! Quick, reload the cannon.
This time, Mendoza, try not to miss, please.
Let me do it. Don't be afraid. I told you he's too stupid.
Who missed again?
Another cannonball. Come on.
It's the last one, Mendoza.
The last one just missed the head. This one will make its mark.
It would be a good idea, baby, because otherwise we'll have a teeny problem.
Do you think it'll work this time, Esteban?
Mighty Flame, you are my last chance. Make sure this cannonball hits its target.
I can't look.
Santa Maria.
I just see.
The cannon flew away.
I wonder where the cannonball could have gone.
That's it. That's the last one. They have no more. Charge!
Captain Gaspar is right, men. A cannon with no ammunition is quite useless. Now we can attack. Kill the traitors!
Every man take his position.
At least we still have some gunpowder. That could be useful.
Hal, you're crazy. What are you going up there for?
Oh, this thing's heavy.
What are you going to do?
You'll see. I think I've just had a brilliant idea. Come and help me.
My Naga always got ideas.
That barrel is full of gunpowder. It's not a game.
What have we got to lose now? You'll see. It's a fantastic idea.
Ugh.
Well, it's their fault, not mine. They just won't listen.
Mendoza, you don't think maybe we should change sides, do you? Let's go and join Gomez.
That's impossible. It's too late for that. They'll never trust us now.
I suppose you're right.
Turncoat knuckles. Turncoat knuckles.
Fire! Take good aim. Kill every last one. You'll see what happens to those who defy us.
What are you up to now, Tal?
That's it. I've got it. Pour the gunpowder into these jars. See, I find a piece of cloth.
Piece of cloth? How about this? Will it do?
Yes, that'll be just fine.
Sure.
Right, I finished.
Good. Now we need some rope that'll burn. Easy to light, like a wick.
Will this do? I think it will burn.
That's great. Exactly what I need. Now cut it into short pieces. Here, you see? Stick the wicks into the powder and tie it up with the cloth. Tap it a little, and that's that.
Then what?
I know someone who's in for a big surprise. All right, everything's set. Get ready. Now, Zia, I need something that'll keep it burning.
Look, there's some sake over here. We can use that. Sake? Yes, sake. Dried llama droppings. They burn very well. Llama droppings?
Right, now we've no time to waste. Take all this up to the ramparts. Here, instead of staring, take this. This too. And one more. Come on, hurry.
Charge! Charge!
See a light one.
Hurry up! I can't hold it much longer!
Now this is no time to give up. Be a man, won't you? Now for number 2. Go ahead.
What the devil? Oh my! Retreat! We'll be wiped out! Retreat! Fall back!
Look at that! They're running away! We've won!
We scared them. They all ran away.
We won!
Thank you all! My friends, once again the children of the sun have saved us!
We weren't much use, were we? It was Tao who saved us all with his homemade bombs.
That's true.
Well, that's life.
Left, Commander! I found this underground. They weren't cannonballs. It's just a piece of earthenware jar. They put gunpowder in jars. It wouldn't have hurt us.
Pestilence! Another trick of Esteban and his friends. They'll pay for this. Oh, the young devils! Ah! But they fired 4 of these bombs at us, so that means they've used up all their gunpowder. Now we can attack. There's nothing to be afraid of now. Charge!
They're coming back!
Some people never learn.
Esteban, you cannot stay here. Your life is in danger. You must return to the high peak. Tell Croca what has happened here.
Don't worry, Esteban. We'll go with you.
What's that supposed to mean?
You stay here with us. We need you to help defend the fort.
No!
Esteban? Yupanqui is right. Gomez may take the fort. You'd better get away as fast as you can. Go on, Esteban. On your way, children.
They're right! Let's move! Come on!
Comrades, it's too late. All of us back to the high
I
peak.
thought he'd never asked.
For one thing, I do like is a good retreat!
Over there! Esteban, all of them! They're getting away! Stop them!
Stop them!
Oh! They're the soldiers! This way!
It's really steep. Watch it.
Ah! We can't get across, we're trapped! We could never climb that rock face. There's no way out!
Huh? No, you couldn't have gone that way.
Hookah pedal, fly to the high peak. Understand? Go on, fast as you can.
They went that way.
Look there! A cave! Come on, let's hide!
Be careful, it's slippery here. What? A tunnel here? Let me see. Maybe they're hiding in there. Go on. Yes, sir.
Inner Earth?
It goes very deep.
Subterranean.
What is that at the end? It's that shiny thing.
Strange, it's some sort of shining moss.
That's a break for us. It will give us some light. The trouble is, if it helps us, it's going to help the soldiers who are after us too. You think they'll follow this far?
Esteban, come back here!
That's Gaspar!
If you go any further, you won't get out. You'll be stuck in there.
Gaspar's right. If we go any further...
We're not going to let ourselves be taken. Quickly! Oh, this cave is very dark. Stay still. It's how our eyes get used to the darkness. It looks extremely big.
There must be quite an echo in here.
Oh! What's that? Ah!
Hey, did you hear that? What was it?
They're sleeping back. Shh.
Come back, Esteban!
Ah! Ah!
Hey, what's this? What the devil is... Ah! Oh! 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 Did he bite? They're fire bats!
Oh! Oh! It's a dead end! We are trapped. We can't go back.
They must be far away. Those bats wasted our time. But we still have to catch them.
Look, we must decide fast. Gaspar and his men will be here any minute.
That water.
What is it, Tal? What can you see?
I think there's a current.
Huh?
Look.
Oh!
Did you see it? That means the water is moving somewhere.
Yes, but where? For all we know, it may come from miles away.
Look. It looks a bit brighter over there.
There's a sort of a glow.
I think it's a reflection of light from the outside.
That may be our only chance of getting out of here.
What shall we do?
Let's try it. Anyway, we can't go back now.
And Yusia?
I think we've no other choice.
All right then I'll go first.
A dead end. We must have taken the wrong turn. Damn those kids. Young devils. They'll pay for this.
out of here.
My Naga towel popping off. Naga always got a vision. Naga vision.
It's just as I thought. The secret passageway used by the Incas. They've even arranged for a breathing place halfway through.
Alright, we'll go on, but hold on to one another. None of us will get lost that way.
Yes.
I mean, you think it's play? Or did your ancestors have it all figured out? You can swim this far, breathe here, keep going here. That'll take you here. I'm talking gateways, talking wormholes. Wormholes, my nugget. Wormhole. Vortex. Vortex, my nugget. I can't make this up. I can't make this stuff up. We just talked vortexes. They went through a vortex. That's crazy. The Covenant.
It's a waterfall!
Do you think it's the same waterfall we saw just before getting to the high peak?
Yes, it's possible, but we have the sun to guide us. Look! We're saved! Saved by the sun! Oh!
We're saved by the sun. Don't let that go over your head, Bone. We just talk Helios. Sun worship. And this is Esteban, who is also known as the child of the sun. And they just said, we were saved by the sun. Not the creator that created the sun, right? The sun. So, hijack city, dodge your own damn hijack. This is black ass Esteban, Black Steven, man. Go recon Estebanico Azamore from Morocco. They got him looking like this in a cartoon, but you know, this is a Naga, right? This is a nigga, right? This is a black man, right? And he's the sun god. He's their Christ. Let go.
Esteban, Tao, and Zia make their way across the high Andes. Now they have both of the medallions that will open the cities of gold. Then suddenly they are attacked by a tribe of hostile Indians, the Urubu tribe from Lake Titicaca, an unexpected obstacle on their way to the cities of gold. Don't miss the next episode of The Mysterious Cities of Gold.
I mean, I wonder why they're attacked by these Nagas, because you're talking Esteban, and when you research Esteban's story, he's the first non-native to enter these lands of the Zuni Cibola complex, which is pretty much Arizona, you know what I'm saying, New Mexico. Zuni, Cibola. And we just saw Cibola side of the ice wall on the previous map. You see all this is connected. You got Cibola outside the ice wall, and you got a Zuni Cibola, you know, New Mexico flow, and then you got this non-native, which is also a brother, a black man who's conquering other so-called black people, right? He's the child of the sun, bringing you the sun god, bringing you the Helios, the sun worship. And this is why he supposedly gets murked. He gets killed in Hawiku. They said, you trying to steal our women and turquoises and bringing us weapons of death? Then you said that the white man sent you? Man, come on, man. You know, ain't no white man ruling Europe. You talking about King Charles and them, man. Charles Kent, right? So this is why they keep getting rolled up on by the natives, right? Because these natives been attacking Esteban. And they're trying to use the Naga Tau and the Naga Zia, all these are Nagas, to get to the cities of Go. And here's my favorite part, though. Let's go.
Once upon a time, the people of the Andes worshipped the earth and the moon and the stars like gods. Though above all other gods, they worshipped the sun.
Wow. Right in our face, Bone? Did we just talk about Helios? Esteban, child of the sun? Now you got sun worship on a Sunday, and you worship the Son of God. You call Jesus, Zeus, but there ain't no J. It's Zeus, and Zeus is Ra, and Ra is the sun god. Are you putting this together, my niggas? Are you coming up out of her? Hijack City? Oh, they worship all these gods, especially the god of the sun. Don't you see clearly? This is why they was murking Esteban. Hijack City.
One day, so it is said, the god of the sun chose a man to represent him on earth, the emperor of the Incas. Every year in Peru, which was once the ancient land of the Incas, a feast day of the sun is still held on the 22nd of June. In this part of the world, that's the shortest day of the year, midwinter.
Hijack City. You want to know you was rolled up on, my nigga? You want to know why Hawaii allowed these invaders on your land? You ain't MHOE. A lot of us was doing this same sun god hijack, which is why Christianity fit in so well. They said, oh, they already hijacked by Zeus and them. We'll just put it in this religion like this. Get them worship the sun god. You have to go through the son to get through the father. Remember, that's the doctrine. If you don't know the son, you don't know the father. You must know the son god.
Everyone prays that the sun's power will never fail, and that it will continue to shed its light and warmth on the good earth. The great empire of the Incas was one vast farm. The very word Andes means cultivated earth. The whole lifestyle of the Incas was based on farming and agriculture. Their basic food was the potato, which was brought back to Europe by the early explorers. And of course, it's still one of the main foods in the mountain villages. Maize or corn is another vegetable that originated in the Americas. Here they grow several kinds. Violet-colored sweet corn is used to prepare a special drink.
So they didn't know about in Africa and all this. So when Jesus is picking corn on the Sabbath and all this stuff in the New Testament, Hijack City, he can't be picking corn in Africa. They didn't have no corn. So the whole story, everything has to be originating here. And now that we know that Jesus is Zeus, is Ra, is Esteban, child of the sun, you got him right here in America, hijacking the indigenous cons, looking for the cities of gold.
Drink that's offered to the sun in ceremonies.
Wow.
Once, people in Europe had never heard of pimentos, or peanuts, or even tomatoes. In the past, the old world didn't know anything about valuable vegetable remedies like coca, used for anesthetics, and quinine, which is still so important in the treatment of malaria.
Wow. They didn't know about tomatoes, peanuts, corn.
All these plants we use, we owe to the people of the New World.
The New World. They just found themselves a new land, a new world. It's not a spinning ball. It's a world of flat plane. If a world is a new world is a flat plane like America, New World, then any other new world is a flat plane. All these worlds, all these planets are flat, spread out. Continents, And when it came to America Con, to the Maru Con, now they got introduced to all these fruits and stuff. So imagine what they see when they go to more worlds beyond the pole. More exotic fruits and things they never heard of. This is normal to us. Tomatoes and potatoes and corn and peanuts, whatever. All these things are normal to us. And there's so many that they've, made non-existent to us now that will help us so much, or, antibacterial, alkaline, and all kind of things. The new world is the old world, is the ancient world that got all the gems and got all the drop.
At first, when Europeans tasted potatoes and the other new foods, they thought they were disgusting and refused to eat them. They were quite sure pineapples were some kind of outsized prickly fir cone.
Wow.
But all those foods which they once thought were so horrid are now considered almost essential in every part of the world.
Wow.
Our meals would be very dull without the simple vegetables which were once brought to us from the Andes.
Wow.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, nigga. Goodbye. All right. In your face. So without them finding you, my naga, without them finding you, they will have absolutely nothing. No taste buds, no knowledge, no understanding. We just got that they were just taught how to use soap, deodorant, organize their marketplaces like the ones they saw in the book by David Stanner, the American Holocaust, right? So they said they found such clean and vast marketplaces throughout Mexico and America and all that. Like, they said it was so organized, so clean. They said they must be hiring 1,000 street sweepers every day to clean the streets because the streets were so clean and the people were dressed in all white linen. You want to tell me about a new world? This is what they saw when they found you here. They didn't know about the coconut. They didn't know about the pineapple. We're learning. We got to eat our fruit, right? Our fresh young coconuts filled up fully with fresh coconut water, fresh coconut meat. This water is a sweet, delicious, living, structured water, which is not H2O like you buy in the grocery store. Like they tell you we got to consume H2O all day. But your body is H3O. You need that water from the fruit. It is scientifically the fourth phase of water, and it is not just 2 hydrogen molecules plus 1 oxygen molecule. It is 3 hydrogen molecules with 2 oxygen molecules, and this is known as H3O2, not H2O. This is science, my naga. Scientific science drop of the day. And it also known as hexagonal water due to its complete hexagonal-like structure, just like, like the 6-pointed star is also the hexagon, right? Like structure under a microscope. we can yield more energy from it, and it delivers more energy to us. More energy is more frequency. HaWah's bringing our water back, our awareness back, our frequency back. There's a difference. There's a differentiation between the waters and the waters, Khan. As above, so below, they say, right? As inside, as outside. There's a separation between waters and waters, and you need to understand that not all waters created equal. Some have 2 hydrogens, some have 3. Some have 2 oxygens, some have 1. But the H3O2 converts back to H3O in the human body. H3O is the structured gel water that the human body is scientifically 72%. So they tell you you're mostly water, but they don't tell you which water. And it makes sense that the water from the grocery store ain't the same water that's in your body. But the water in the fruit is. And it converts back to H3O once it loses 1 oxygen molecule. And this is science drop of the day. 72% of, and it's found nowhere outside the body, not in any foods nor bodies of the water, although coconut water, H3O2, actually converts back into the water that we need to be hydrated. When it gets into the body, coconut water is the highest food in electrolytes, which is what hydrates us on a cellular level. Coconut specifically is the most hydrating thing on the planet. By far, nothing comes close to it. And it's crazy how they turn us away from watermelon by all this niggas eat watermelon. Niggas eat fried chicken and watermelon. But the watermelon is the most hydrating with the coconut, you know what I'm saying? So this is what I'm talking about, eating our water. Now we are seeing water molecules for what they are. H3O, H3O2, structured water. While it may seem hard to understand, this water is simply H3O2, a state of water which can be called structured and is extremely pure and accessible to the body. The reason why is because the water is not in a free state. It is structured in a hexagonal lattice with the surrounding water. Individual H2O molecules form loose ionic bonds, creating an H3O2 lattice. While this water is not free in the same way as H2O, it has more viscosity and forms the basis for creating a cellular life. We're talking creating, we're talking creation, we're talking creator. And, we dug on some of this, Water, Cells, and Life by Dr. Gerald Pollack, breaking this down in a TED Talk. And we'll, belly flop a little bit, and then we'll get out of here on a little more of the Italian PNC flat maps, going to Ezekiel 37 for the dismount. Halal HaWah.
Energy from light. Now, why do I raise this question? Well, I raise the question because nature commonly uses light to supply energy. For example, green algae, they photosynthesize, they take in light, and the light creates energy. And the same is true of some bacteria. They also photosynthesize. But what we know best, of course, is green plants. So green plants soak up light and convert that light into chemical energy. And that chemical energy then drives whatever the plant does, metabolism, growth, bending, you name it. And all of this works through water. The roots of the plant absorb water, and that water goes to the leaves. And what happens in the leaves is that when they receive light, they take the water that's inside them and split the water into positive and negative, H plus, OH minus. This is the first step of photosynthesis, and it's driven by light. So light, you might say light creates this kind of battery with plus and minus. And the question is, are we also solar powered. We
Let's
use
go.
light to get some of our energy.
Let's go.
And I'll show you that we actually do. We engage in the first step of photosynthesis, that is the splitting of water into the negative and positive. Mother Nature, when she created us, hasn't forsaken this wonderful mechanism of using light to get energy. And I'll show you also that leads to many insights in terms of our own health. Everybody knows that our body is mostly water. And in our laboratory at the University of Washington, we're studying water, and we came upon something really interesting. When water needs certain materials, these are hydrophilic or water-loving materials, which means that if you have a surface and you drop the water, it spreads out instead of beating up the way it does, for example, on Teflon. So what happens is that the water molecules split into the positive and negative, and the negative ones line up, as you see here, next to the hydrophilic material. This is actually negatively charged water is, in fact, a different phase of water. It's not even H2O, it's actually H3O2, is what we found. And we refer to this fourth phase, if you will, of water that is beyond solid, liquid, and vapor. This fourth phase is semi-crystalline water as EZ. So what's EZ? EZ stands for exclusion zone. And the reason we called it exclusion zone when we found it is as this phase of water builds, it pushes out everything that's inside of the water, that is solutes, particles, whatever. And so we called it logically exclusion zone, and EZ is, well, easy to remember. So essentially this is potential energy because it's just like a battery of water. And all batteries, of course, need to get charged, and the question is, well, where does the energy come from to charge this battery? Your cell phone needs to get charged, it's a battery, and this is another battery. And the answer came from a student who was doing something that he was not supposed to do. So he was carrying out an experiment, and this experiment is using some hydrophilic material and putting water next to it, just as I've shown you. He took a lamp. The lamp was sitting right next to the experimental chamber, and just for fun, he shined the lamp on the chamber, and what he saw was really astonishing. He noticed that because of the illumination, the exclusion zone, or EZ, expands. And it expanded hugely, and when he took the lamp away, it came back to its original shape, which is a thin bed of EZ. You see at the upper left running parallel to the surface. So, well, it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that you shine light, it gets bigger, and maybe the light is what's responsible, the photons are responsible for providing the energy to grow this exclusion zone. So obviously we were really impressed by this student's result, and we began to study different wavelengths of light, ranging from the ultraviolet through the visible light, through the infrared light, and we found that by far the most effective light was infrared. Infrared is actually all over. It's hard to get rid of, and it's not just inside, it's outside too. And this is literally free energy we learned about.
Wow, this is important. Infrared might sound crazy, right? But we're just talking free energy, and this is energy in your house, wherever, obviously outside, but this energy is everywhere. This is back to the Tesla flow. Free energy. You don't need to pay no energy bill when you got free energy if you're really tapping in to this particular simple knowledge, simple technology. And this is where our awareness is bringing us to being free of these energy companies and water companies. We need to get our source, our water, our energy, our electricity to restore our vibration, man. We're talking water.
Free energy in our chemistry textbooks, but this is literally free. It doesn't cost you a nickel. It's there. And because it's there all the time, it means that when you have water next to a hydrophilic material, you always have EZ water. And of course, if you add more light, then the EZ grows, you see. So light is basically feeding the growth. So this feature, this light-induced separation of charge, can also be used to get
let there be light.
Electrical energy from light and water. all you need to do, at least in theory, is stick 2 electrodes in, one in the negative, one in the positive, and you ought to be able to get electricity to light a light bulb. We've demonstrated that this is actually the case. You can see here, you flip the switch, and you get the light. So just as water behaves as a light-driven battery, cells actually operate much the same way, also as a light-driven battery.
Which is why your cells in your body are like battery cells in a battery.
It's something you perhaps never thought of. But think about the cell and what's inside. So inside.
And damn, think about jail cells and prisons and how they are feeding off your energy, not just making you do free labor, cheap labor, but literally draining your energy and feeding off of these cells.
Inside the cell, you've got large macromolecules, mostly proteins. And these proteins have hydrophilic surfaces. And of course, there's water, lots of water inside the cell. And so what happens is that there are exclusion zones. You have easy water, which has negative charge. And the positive charges would be lying beyond those negative charges. So the reality is this.
And I'm not just tripping, but imagine this is a cell, and you see this outer ring. You see all these planets, right? All these planes. That don't look a whole lot different by looking at something like this, right? I mean, hey, it's fifth wave. We gotta surf the wave. We just talking about cells, right? Can y'all hit me with a body bag for the illusion? You know what I mean? So just like our body has cells and we got light, right? Suns and moons activating the energy of the plane, right? Same thing in the body, same thing in the battery, right? Just like this. HaWah's body, right? Let's go.
The cell is really crowded with proteins mostly, and this negative EZ practically fills the cell. And what happens is that the positive charges are pushed out and the cell is negative. But negative charges near each other, they repel. They want to get away from one another. And that tendency to repel constitutes potential energy. And this potential energy is basically released in the form of protein folding. That is, the proteins ordinarily occupy one configuration, but they fold. They start this way and they fold into another configuration. So, for example, if this were a muscle cell, the proteins would be in one configuration, and they move to another configuration, and that's what is responsible for your muscle cells contracting, and it allows you to jump. So the way it works, it looks like this. On the left side, here is a typical protein in its extended form, and it's got easy water around it. And what happens is the easy water melts into ordinary water, and the protein is able to fold. But of course, it's got to go back to the original position, and what happens is it does as easy water builds around it. So this is the normal function of a typical protein. And on the right side, imagine what happens with no EZ. You see, with no EZ, it doesn't have the potential to get back to its original configuration, and so it's not working. So your muscle, or whatever cell, is not working properly if it doesn't have EZ water. Of course, if you have some EZ water, then it functions, but not quite as well as if you have a full complement of EZ water. You have potential energy from the EZ, which drives the work of the cell. Light, as I said, is responsible for building the EZ and building negative charge, and that's what gives the cell its energy. And then the energy is consumed as these proteins do the work of the cell, your work, and fold. And if you just connect the dots between the two.
And the whole time they've been trying to shut the light out the slave's mind. Remember that? Virginia House of Delegates, right? So they're trying to shut your light. They're trying to end your light so that you can't charge up, so that you have no more energy. Energy is inner key. You don't have the key to activate. But HaWah's gonna shut your light first and foremost if you're not right. If you're not righteous, you don't deserve the charge. You don't deserve the negative, not negative, naga charge. You don't deserve the naga charge, and you don't deserve the energy. If you don't have the code, you don't deserve the key. Khan, we're talking let there be light. And HaWah said, let there be light.
Too. So light is actually driving work of your cells, or light is actually driving your function. Well, also inside the cell are structures called mitochondria, and they're known as the energy factory of the cell, central for energy production. And how might that work in terms of the framework of what I've been presenting? Well, look at those membranes inside the cell. Those membranes are hydrophilic surfaces. And as I mentioned, next to hydrophilic surfaces, EZs build. So this is a perfect configuration for building EZs and negative charge and contributing that to the rest of the cell for energy. So where do we get our energy? Well, we get it from food. And obviously, we can get quite a lot of energy under certain circumstances. But we also get it from light. And the light is absorbed by the water, and that light absorption builds EZ and creates energy. Should this matter to you? Well, yeah, I think so. Light matters for function and therefore for health, and water matters for function and therefore for health, because they all build EZs. And
this is love to the Templar, you know what I mean? It's like the Prester is the function, right? The Prester is the function. Talking Prester John. That means the shepherd is the function. That means you are the function as a collective, Hamashiach. The Prester is the light. The light is your awareness. Oh man, I'm in a fight. It's not enough to be conscious. You could be conscious and still be getting your ass kicked in a fight. I'm conscious, but I'm getting mauled and pummeled and smollywop, right? But I'm not aware of how to defend myself. I'm not aware of the type of fight I'm in. I'm not aware of the punches coming, but I'm conscious. But conscious is not awareness. We're the awareness community, not the conscious community, Managa. We are the awareness community. Because once, you're aware, now you understand H3O, eating your water, right? You understand the code and the light, which means you understand the function.
The EZs are needed for proper function. So for your health, what builds EZ water in your cells? Well, there are a few things we can think about. First of all, drinking water. Well, water is the raw material for building EZ water, and so obviously you need to be hydrated in order to function properly. Green juicing. The juice is the inside of the cells of the plant. So you're basically extracting EZ water from the plant cells and putting it into your cells. Good strategy, and that's why many integrative medical health professionals suggest that green juicing is the single easiest and best way to maintain your health.
Health drop, let's go.
EZ, I believe. There are some substances that are known through the millennia to be good for health, and these are just a couple of examples. Turmeric, coconut water. We've studied a half dozen of these experimentally in the laboratory, and we found that putting a certain amount in the water, an amount that corresponds to the amount that might be in your body, builds EZ. It's not published yet, but we're onto it. Sunshine, you go out in the sun, you feel good, you feel healthy, good to be alive. Well, light that you receive builds EZ.
Wow.
And the sauna is perhaps even more effective because the heat means that it's generating infrared light. And infrared light is what builds EZ powerfully and effectively, and that's why you feel good after you come out of the sauna. And
sauna, like, think about them hot springs, right? Them hot springs. Yosef, take the wheel. We're talking primary water.
Finally, grounding, sometimes called earthing, connecting yourself to the ground. Well, you can do this by taking off your shoes and walking on the beach. You see, and you feel good. And why do you feel good? Well, it might be some psychological issue, but you're connecting yourself to the earth. And the Earth has been known for a century to be negatively charged. It's a vast repository, practically infinite repository of
Naga charge.
negative charge. So you soak up this negative charge, which then builds EZ. So are we solar powered? I think we are, like many other living species. And Mother Nature didn't abandon this wonderful mechanism of using light from the sun to give us energy and confer health. And the way this happens, the evidence is showing that this happens through splitting of water, just like the first step of photosynthesis.
Water.
We undergo, not just plants, we undergo the first step in photosynthesis.
The splitting of water is the separation of water from the water, Con.
Well, our cells need energy just like cell phones need energy. And some of them, that comes from light, not just food, but light. And within limits, the more light we get, the healthier we are. So seek the sun. Thank you.
He said within limits. Well, he's talking about his people, right? There ain't no limitation to the Naga and the light. But again, trying to close the light from entering the Naga mind. They don't want you to get that Naga charge. And just belly flopping into another of Dr. Gerald Pollack's works, The Fourth Phase of Water. We're gonna belly flop around in this one, man. I'm just charged up with a Naga, man. We charged up.
Because the water molecule is so small that 2/3 translates into 99% of your molecules. Think of it, 99% of your molecules are water. So do those, your shoes are carrying around a blob of water, essentially. Now, so the question is, in your...
And all these rubber shoes we're wearing is definitely hijacking our flow. Let's belly flop.
One sitting there. Unknown. Also, the phases of water. Now, we've all learned that there's a solid phase, a liquid phase, and a vapor phase. However, 100 years ago, there was some idea that there might be a fourth phase somewhere in between a solid and a liquid. Sir William Hardy, a famous physical chemist, 100 years ago exactly, professed that there was actually a phase of water, and this water was kind of more ordered than other kinds of water, and in fact had a gel-like consistency. So the question arose to us, all of this was forgotten because people began, as methods improved, to begin to study molecules instead of ensembles of molecules, and people forgot about the collectivity of water molecules and began looking, the same as in biology, began looking at individual molecules and lost sight of the collection. So we thought, we're going to look at this because we had some idea that it's possible that this missing link, this fourth phase, might actually be the missing link, so that we can understand the phenomena regarding water that we don't understand. So we started by looking somewhere between a solid and liquid. And the first experiments that we did to get us going, we took a gel, that's the solid, and we put it next to water. And we added some particles to the water because we had the sense that the particles would show us something. And sure enough, you can see that what happened is that the particles began moving away from the interface between the gel and the water, and they just kept moving and moving and moving, and they wound up stopping at a distance that's roughly the size of one of your hairs. Now that may seem small, but by molecular dimensions, that's practically infinite. It's a huge dimension. So we began studying the properties of this zone, and we called it, for obvious reasons, the exclusion zone, because practically everything you put there would get excluded, would get expelled from the zone. That's
Separation.
Or, instead of exclusion zone, EZ for short.
And this exclusion zone, man, is like a microcosm of tribing up. Separation is natural. Separation is natural. Every tribe needs their own exclusion zone. You need, your own customs and flow, and make sure your code is correct. You know what I'm saying? And Now, you can still rock out with other particles, but there is an exclusion zone, right? Just like the tabernacle, not every tribe could just walk up in the tabernacle. There is an exclusion zone, a separation, a point of purity. This don't mean, oh, you Nagas is racist. Why don't you include everybody? Hey, my Naga, we go off the frequency around here, you know what I mean? But there is an exclusion zone, and we don't lose sight of the tribe, and that based on order, you know what I'm saying? Our priority is to restore our tribe first and foremost before anyone else could be included in this, and this. We need to do it for our tribe. Don't jump over that and say, yeah, the tribe's done away with. It's all about spiritual Israel. I'm a code keeper, so I'm better than HaWah's physical children. No, you need to help those physical children get into the exclusion zone, get into righteousness, man, get into the code. That's the heart you have as a Gentile. You don't say, oh, well, I'm keeping the code, but he's not. I know he's a tribe of Judah, you know what I mean? But I'm better than him because I'm keeping the code. No, you're not, because you're covetous, you know what I mean? He belongs in the exclusion zone. That's order. Get your heart right. Let's go.
And so we found that the kinds of materials that would create or nucleate this kind of zone, not just gels, but we found that practically every water-loving or so-called hydrophilic surface could do exactly that, creating the easy water. And as the easy water builds, it would expel all the solutes or particles, whatever, into the bulk water. And we began learning about properties, and we've spent now quite a few years looking at the properties. And so it looks something like this. You have a material next to water, and these sheets of easy layers begin to build, and they build and build, and just keep building up one by one. And so if you look at the structure of each one of these planes, you can see that it's a honeycomb hexagonal of structure, a bit like ice, but not ice. If you look at it carefully, you can see the molecular structure. So of course it consists of hydrogen and oxygen.
Exactly.
From water. But actually, they're not water molecules. If you start counting the number of hydrogens and the number of oxygens, it turns out that it's not H2O. It's actually H3O2. So it is possible that there's water that's not H2O, phase of water. So
it's all good. It's all good. Hijack City, calm down. I know they try to use my niggas to sell us on their hijack, but we dodging all hijack. Because all skin folk ain't kin folk, and all kin folk ain't con folk. Con, a little more, we make our dismount. Let's go. That water. You got that water.
We began looking, of course, more into these extremely interesting properties. And what we found is we stuck electrodes into the EZ water because we thought there might be some electrical potential. It turned out that there's lots of negative charge in that zone. And we used some dyes to seek that positive charge, and we found that in the bulk water zone, there was an equal amount of positivity. So what's going on, it looked like, is that next to these interfaces, the water molecule was somehow splitting up into a negative part and a positive part.
Water
the negative part
from the water
sat right next to the water-loving material, and the positive charges went out beyond that.
All right, so what does that got to do with the waters above and waters beneath? What does it got to do with the waters above the firmament? Is it still the same negative or Naga charge? Is it positive charge, some type of other type? You know what I mean? Like, all this microcosm is a macrocosm, man.
Actually, it's the same. You didn't need a straight interface. You could also have a sphere. So you put a sphere in water, and any sphere that's suspended in the water develops one of these exclusion zones, EZs around it, with the negative charge. And beyond that is all the positive charge separation. It didn't have to be only a material sphere. In fact, you could put a droplet in there, a water droplet, or in fact even a bubble. You get the same result. Surrounding each one.
Or you could put a land, and surrounding that land is a certain amount of water, and you go outside the rim of that land into a different type of water, into different waters.
One of these entities is the negative charge and the separated positive charge. So here's a question for you. If you take two of these negatively charged entities and you drop them in a beaker of water near each other, what happens to the distance between them? Now, that 95% of you would say, well, that's easy. I learned in physics. Negative and negative repel each other. So therefore, they're going to go apart from one another, right? Is that what you guess? Well, the actual result, if you think about it, is that it's not only the positive charge, negative charge, but you also have positive charge. And the positive charge is especially concentrated in between those two spheres because they come from contribution from both of those spheres. So there are a lot of them there. When you have positive in between two negatives, what happens is that you get an attractive force. And so you expect these two spheres to actually come together despite the fact that they have the same charge. And that's exactly what happens. It's been known for many years. They come together. If you have many of them instead of just two of them, you'll get something that looks like this. They'll come together, and this is called a colloid crystal. It's a stable structure. In fact, the yogurt that you might have had this morning probably consists of what you see right here. So they come together because of the opposite charge. The same thing is true if you have droplets. They come together because of the opposing charges. So, when you think of droplets, aerosol droplets in the air, and think about the cloud, it's actually the reason that these aerosol droplets come together is because of this opposite charge. So, the droplets from the air, similarly charged, come together, coalesce, giving you that cloud in the sky. So the fourth phase, or easy phase, actually explains quite a lot. It explains, for example, the cloud. And the cloud, it's the positive charge that draws these negatively charged easy shells together to give you a condensed cloud that you see up in the sky. In terms of the water droplets, the reason that these are sustained on the surface, or actually sometimes as long as tens of seconds, you can see it. If you're in a boat and it's raining, you can sometimes see this on the surface of the lake. These droplets are sustained for some time. The reason they're sustained is that each droplet contains this shell, this easy shell. And the shell has to be breached in order for the water to coalesce with the water beneath. Now, in terms of the Jesus Christ lizard, the reason the lizard can walk is not because of one single molecular layer, but there are many easy layers lining the surface, and these are gel-like. They're stiffer than ordinary surfaces. So therefore, you can float a coin on the surface of the water, you can float a paper clip, or if you put it beneath.
They called this the JC lizard, and because of his gelatin flow, he's able to walk on water. I will leave it there, man. Oh man, we're having fun, man. We've been talking second ring, ice wall, my naga, belly flopping in that. There's a couple previous drops by Italian PC, digging on the second ring as well, which is incredible. And then he has like a 6-hour drop. These are ones that we could pick up next time. Hold up, man. Come on, hijack. Yeah. What's she gonna tell us? Nothing we ain't heard before. But we gotta differentiate between positive and naga charges, man. Yeah, this is all about the second ring. I'm just belly flopping, 8-minute mark. Get it about 2 minutes out of this before we get into some great Ezekiel 37, man. For the most beautiful dismount of all time, man. We are surfing the wave and flat drop 101. Also talking about some science. Also talking about some tech. Also talking about some health. Drop 101. While getting some map drop 101. Let's go. Fair use in
the original saga. So we have things like Terra, the wind wilderness. So if I remember correctly, Terra was the land of like a diverse species of birds that differed from the mainland and developed completely different from the rest of the world. And Terra was in fact originally in the map we focused on the last time, basically kind of an island chain or something like that, but as we can see here, it is part of the second.
The winged wilderness. I mean, if that don't say dragon, don't nothing say dragon.
Wolves, which by the way are called the mountain ring or mountain ring. I'm not really sure how to pronounce this honestly. Like it feels like I should pronounce it like mountain ring, but it doesn't really feel right, doesn't it? Also, we have our places here, like we didn't mention, the Expressia continent, circus of the mountain ring. So mountain, yeah, I suppose mountain. I'm going to pronounce it mountain, kind of like mountain, but a bit different. Then we have places like Cocaine, the Arena of Champions, Saguenay, Nature's Casino, all places we don't really know much about, and they were briefly discussed on the original map, but we didn't really dwell on them so far. Then Apisia, the home of the brave. We did talk about a lot of these ones, like the Motuputua, Pupairiri, and of course Aten, the Grand Orchestra, and the different races of beings that exist on Aten, or Kaikuke, the Isles of the Instruments. But then we have places that we didn't really mention, like Arcadia, the Dynamic Islands, and then Cellaria, Nature's Racetrack. And so we come back to the point of the map, the fact that all of this we kind of know or talked about in some fashion, but then we come to the interesting parts, the new parts, the things that we don't know about. And these are actually, I noticed some similarities with the Nos Confunden map we looked at in our videos, and we're going to try to continue the Nos.
And big shout out to Nas Confunden, man, been doing great work as well on this, man. I'm looking at everybody's drop, Vibes of the Cosmos, big shout out as well. Everybody doing great work, man. It's Flat Drop 101. This is a collective. We're investigating. Sometimes our theories coalesce, coincide. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying, they're debatable. They're up for investigation. That's all we're doing. We never say we had the answers. We just said we promised to ask the right question.
Also from the map, even though it has not gotten the same reception as it used to go, but I'll continue it because it's very interesting. And we had seen that in the Nos map we have 3 rings, or at least 2 rings, just as this one. But in the Nos map we actually have 3 rings, so it's even larger, but in this case we can see some similarities. So we have things like, I already noticed Asgard, which is part of the Nos map, which we will discuss about in a singular episode. When we have things like
and check it, they got Greater Lemuria and Lemuria, and all this is supposed to be all, connected with the Pacific. So which one's the real Lemuria? Are lands sliding in and out of the barrier? Are they sliding in and out, you know what I'm saying, through the vortexes, man? Like, that's a lot of questions.
Lemuria. So Lemuria, the legendary graveyard, the fertile graveyard is how it's called here, or Lemuria, which is the original one, which is the Forsaken Empire. So we will talk about those in great detail. Then we have Eden, the Primordial Garden. Once again, it was featured on the Nos Confunden map, so we know there is the Garden of Eden outside of the Ice Walls, but the question was, where was the original Garden of Eden? And the solution this map gives is that it is indeed in the second ring outside of the Ice Walls. And then we have Terra Nova, the Legacy of Sumnia. Other places like here also featured in the map of the Ice Walls by Nos Confunden, so Amun-Ra, stronghold of the Nephilim, which I actually had to kind of research about when I was covering the Nos Confunden map, because I found myself not really knowing what it was about, so I had to kind of look for it, Then we had the Garden Isles, the Holy Hunting Grounds, meaning a lot of interesting things, even Horus, the Great Pillars of Apara, and of course Mu, the Emperor of Sunman, for those that do not know.
And Mu is connected with the Moor flow real heavy, as well as the Lemurian flow. The Muans, right? Even Tao's people in the City of Gold say they came from Mu. So all this is connected with the cities of gold. It's a lot going on. We'll get back to it, man. I'm just giving you an introduction to The Recon, man, by a great reconner, Italian PNC. Man, and when you have time, you can barely flop yourself, man, into this 6 hour drop. 6 hour drop, man, talking about these maps and, yeah, bringing in the mythos, bringing in the stories, you know what I'm saying? And, hey, get the babies out the bathwater, There's a lot going on with these worlds beyond the poles, man. And Hijack City is going to try to tell you everything to distract you, put you on a spinning ball, spin you at 1,000 miles per hour, give you public school information, theories, not laws, and just straight up, Copernicus, Vatican, church and state hijack. When you got 6 hours dropping on worlds beyond the poles, but you're going to have some babies in the bathwater. You don't just go in like this off of just some straight up, misinformation. Right? That means you are drawing some real strong connections, man. So, I'm gonna get literally like a minute, and I think so. What's going on here?
Says that Ogiga might be the southernmost territory, or almost southernmost, because we have here more diary here. But Ogiga might be the southernmost independent territory in the world. In the world beyond the S-World. So it's
in that little island. I know it's blurry because it's a 6 hour drive. It takes a while to load up. But that thing was called like Moore or something right here. You know what I mean? Just pay attention to these place names, man. Cray. We'll let it load up. You know what I mean? We almost out of here, my nigga. MHOA. KTC. Memsos. Worlds beyond the pole. We got it. Let's see, we got it.
So it's like double the southern, right? It's insane. Okay, so Ogiga. For those that do not know, Ogiga was the land or the island where Ulysses, which was a Greek hero and in the champion times of ancient Greece, after the War of Troy, the Trojan War,
belly flop. We belly flopping. Let them situate themselves, man. Hey, I tell my niggas in the back of the class and my niggas in the front of the class, because, without you constantly giving us, you know what I'm saying, just the drop, the interest, the flow, like we wouldn't even got this far, man. So all these researchers are just coming out of your mind bone. You're no longer in the mind of a hijack, man. They surf your wave at this point. For the disc, man.
and establish this. It's not exactly a colony or even necessarily a puppet, but
I know it's blurry. It'll straighten out. Oh, they got another ad, man. Hijack City. Come on, Italian PSC. Like, we appreciate the drop, but you fill these things up with ads, man. You're just working against us, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's why you see all these drops like this one I got right here. I don't have no monetization. I spend hours and hours. I don't monetize none of this, man. This is all for the free, all for the love. I'm not doing this for monetization. You know what I'm saying? I got my own flow, my own life, my own, you know what I'm saying? I don't depend on YouTube for my bread, you know what I mean? But when some researchers do, then it's just ads on ads on ads. I might put ads in the small drops, but in these drops right here, I don't want no distraction. Even my small drops, most of them don't even got ads, man. So we do it for the love, man. We do it for the classroom. We do it for the investigation. You know what I mean? But I get it, man. Some people gotta eat.
For the people transported magically from Bermuda Triangle to the South continent.
Whoa,
For example,
whoa.
the actual Scandinavians of the 17th or 18th century arrived to the south and found themselves in, not about, but like they found their ancestors or the descendants of their ancestors on the island.
Wow.
So it makes sense for them to cooperate and to help them out. So this is why the Freiberg Andolant exists, which reminded.
No, it's blurry, man. But he just said they be teleporting from the Bermuda Triangle, to the Thought moving island. So is that where they disappear from the Bermuda Triangle, the Dragon Triangle, to Thoth Island? Is that where they go for the dismount? Wow.
And there used to be an even bigger Andalot Empire which used to own all of this, I suppose, probably. Also, you have a huge colony here, Helictorabring, which is actually part of Scandinavia itself. So it's part of the Scandinavian Empire, so it means we have a line to trace here, aren't we? Okay. Gonna be tracing a line right over here, also Nessie, the Loch Ness Monster. That's pretty funny. That goes all the way here.
I bet hijack glitching out. It's just too much drop. It's drop on drop on drop on drop on drop. Maybe over dropping. Are we over dropping? Let me know. If not, if we ain't over dropping, say drop.
All
take
the
the wheel.
Up to the Sentinel's gates. This because we want to avoid the penguins. And simply goes all the way here.
Come on.
So, long overlooked by their Northern kingdoms to the south, the modern Scandinavians were the first to unite these poor and frigid lands under a single crown, sending a healthy amount of North Norwegians and Icelanders to tame the familiar lands. Despite having colonized their lands, the Scandinavians could not hope to keep up with the native Nupuru people when it comes to surviving these frigid islands, as their bodies can withstand a little more than a coating of whaling fat, which is very interesting. So the original natives, which once again are basically the descendants of the Patagonians here, the original Native American Patagonians, have been so much used to actually living in these cold, very, very frigid islands, and of course the Aztecs, that they developed extreme resilience and resistance to the cold, which would make sense, that colonial powers try to exploit these lands with uses to their advantage, or in this case to their disadvantage, because they don't really have a chance against people that really understand how the terrain and how the world in this area works. Okay, then let's go to Olanoku, the result of the first and large-scale colonial effort by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which later fell under the Austrian control. A disorganized mass of Austrian duchies and Polish free cities quick over economic matches, while scattered villages of Baltic and Slavic peasants war with natives in the back country. So this is basically a Polish-Lithuanian colonial effort. Also, as you can see, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is not a thing anymore. It's been partitioned by what appears to be a semi-independent Poland, or probably independent Poland, and of course the Russian Empire, which owns Lithuania and probably all the old lands of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. So the Olanoruku is not really something to be fond of in this case. And then we have
Manag, you think this is play? You think all this is just made up, right? You see Moroccan populate. What does Morocco got to do with this, right? You see some Kawam or brown, copper color Nagas, whether we talking Panagonia. We even got documents that are talking about even in the extreme Arctic, the colder it went, the darker the people got. So it's obvious. I mean, it's obviously thwarted and twisted. We got to reverse everything. They want you to think that people get more lighter because they're away from the sun and the Arctic. And in reality, all the resistance to the cold, you're talking dragon knockers. And even these dragon knockers were still dark skinned knockers. And the darker, the further they got into the deeper Arctic, the more dark skin, melanated these people got. I know. For your mind bone. They got Barbara the Cane, Barbara Khan. Remember the Barbar is the Swan. All right, we'll get back to it, man. Flat Drop 101, AHOB, Italian, P, and C for, allowing us to surf the wave with you. Because I already know you surfing the wave with me. You talking Prester John. We talking ice walls. Now we see clearly. A lot of these were popping up, I tell you, right?
Bunch of minor colonies here, a lot of them. Damn. You have a city of Mesothermia.
All right. We'll be back. Flat Drive 101. We're going to be back. And more and more of these reconners are going to pop up, you know what I'm saying, that are equally mind blasted. You got New, the Lost Cluster,
Okay. Kind of like, sounds like...
Hold on, man. It's going crazy. Hijack City glitching now. They don't know what to do. Are y'all done? Is you finished or is you done? That's all we need to know. Because I'm trying to pop off. Let's get out of here. Let's just get out of here. Because it's all happening. We're talking energy, frequency, and vibration, man. Y'all still surfing away with me, man? Hey, if you surfed the wave this far, because I know I might be over dropping, because I'm so excited to drop y'all and free up some time, man, and pop off with y'all. If I'm over dropping, I apologize. But if you surfed the wave this far, go ahead and give me 3 volcanoes. Ping, ping, pow. That's how I like to pop off. Volcanoes. 3 volcanoes stands for popping off. Popping off. I need 3 volcanoes because we are popping off. Hey, look at all these suns, man. You see the soul, right? The bowl. You see the mole. You see the gold. How many suns, man? Hey, let me know in the comments how many suns you see. How many moons you see. And then let me know in the comments, what is this black moon? Is that the dark side of the moon? Is that the non-luminous body? And what's up with Thoth, man? Can you pop out the Bermuda Triangle to Thoth the moving island, man? That make you go, vibration, energies, frequencies. The water of your comments. Keep leaving your comments, man. Your ping pals, your body bags. Hit me with 3 volcanoes for popping off. It's been a steady climb, a steady flow. Love to my Aqua, Netzia, Martin, Vasquez. She leaves such great comment. My little brother. We were made from a different material, not found anywhere else. That dragon flow, yeah. We match the colors of the Grand Canyon, the sands of various beaches. The rich soils that we walk on, we simply match our land. We were also made with a different type of heart. The heart that gets angry, but for some strange reason can't really find it to hate. We were born resilient to all adversity and maleficent acts against us. What a time to be alive, to watch in real time the motions and demonstrations of love that our Abba, our Father, is partaking around the entire world as He promised. HaWah is my heart, my life, my all. Yes, we are survivors. Halal HaWah. Halal HaWah. Beautiful. Truly Yapa. And these are the comments, the cometas, the meteors that keep us going, the Presters, the Khan life, the priesthood. You got your priestly garments on, Khans. Once again, we got our garments on, Khans. Once again, we in our flow. We in our frequency, Khans. I know things might feel a little off, but don't trip. It's all, it feels off because it's so on, you know what I mean? Just go for it. Don't worry about, falling off. Don't worry about messing up. Don't worry about, missing the mark. Just go. Because positive energy always causes elevation. Big Charles, what it do, man? Peace, indigenous, Amarucans. Turtle Island, Dragon Island, all the same thing. Love to Ellsford, Honor. Boss, we need to get behind the ice wall and search out the landscape. Let's go. All in order, Khan. Shout out to Hugh. Hey, man, appreciate you for all that. Hey, Sandy, what it do? The truth will triumph. There can be no other way. I'm beyond fortunate to have been brought to your content. Stay strong and may peace and love find you. The water, Sandy, and my conjurkery. What it do? We talking about Sobon Podcast, building up podcast studios and just making it happen, man. I mean, films, television series, whatever we need to spread the truth, to spread the drop, in every medium possible, man. All the water. Bro said definitely with you, Khan, and the whole tribe families. MHOE. AHOP EH, man. Yeah, man. OG boy. BZ, what it do? Best studying. It's all the way up. The firmament is litty. The firmament is the limit. Maybe. Oh, wow. Hey, Amanaga speaking that breath. Amanaga speaking security. And we're speaking security and breath for the dismal. Remember we talked covenant of peace last drop. Go get the last drop. We talked covenant of Shalom. We got into Psalms 89 with the covenant of Dawid. Now we're continuing showing you how Psalms 89 connects directly with Ezekiel 37. Ezekiel's prophesying about King David being one shepherd, right? Psalms 89, you got Dawid, right? With the covenant anointed with the holy oil. 37 verse 24, they and their children and their children's children shall dwell there forever. And David, my servant, shall be their prince forever. I will make a covenant of peace, shalom, with them. It shall be an everlasting covenant with them. Prester John is priest king. David is the one shepherd forever. Ezekiel 37. And that's when you get to talking about the two cross sticks coming back together, right? That's when we get to talking about the valley of dry bones, cuz. The Nagas and Nagaville waking up. The hand of HaWah was upon me. And HaWah carried me out in a Ruach spirit and set me down in the midst of the valley, and it was full of bones, my Naga. And he caused me to pass by them round about, and behold, there were very many in the open valley, and lo, they were very dry. And he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live? And I answered, Oh, HaWah, you know it. Thou knowest Then he said unto me, prophesy over these bones, say unto them, O you dry bones, hear the word of HaWah. Thus says HaWah, unto these bones, behold, I will cause breath to enter into you. Wow. And you shall live. HaWah means to live, to exist. H1961. Hey, HaWah means to exist, to live. It's also the fifth and sixth letter of the Paleo-Hebrew, Picto-Hebrew. Breath, revelation, breath. Wow, foundation, security. Wow, it's no coincidence that it's your fifth and sixth letter of Hebrew, HaWah, and it's your, literal primitive root verb meaning to exist. So when they're saying lords and they're going back to Strong's Concordance H1961, they're going back to existence. People try to flip that and say, no, it means calamity because there's other ways to explain existence. Doesn't HaWah also refer to calamity? Haven't you fallen out with the Creator? Didn't Atlantis sink? Haven't you sunken? Haven't we been put to sleep and now we are the valley of dry bones? HaWah means to exist, to live. And I will lay sinews upon you and will bring up flesh upon you, cover you with skin and put breath in you, and you shall live and you shall know that I am HaWah. So I prophesied as I was commanded. And as I prophesied, there was noise. And behold, a commotion, and the bones came together, bone to its bone. And I beheld, and lo, there were sinews upon them, and flesh came upon, and skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them. Then said he unto me, prophesy unto the breath. What does it mean? Prophesy, son of man. Say to the breath, thus says, Wah! Come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain, that they may live. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into them, and they lived and stood up upon their feet. Khans came back and stood up. They cum, they stood up on their feet. An exceeding great host. Then he said unto me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Hasharah, the whole house of the 12 tribes of Jacob, the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say, our bones are dried up, and our hope is lost, and we are clean cut off. Therefore, prophesy and say unto them, thus says your power, behold, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of your graves. O my people, I will bring you into the land of Hasharah. And you shall know I am HaWah when I have opened your graves, cause you to come up out of your graves. O my people, I will put my spirit in you, and you shall live, and I will place you in your own land. Worlds beyond the pole. I will place you in your own land. And you shall know I am HaWah, right? HaWah has spoken because you're like, whoa, there's more worlds beyond the poles. And performed it, thus says HaWah, and the word of HaWah came unto me, saying, and thou, son of man, take you one stick, write upon it. So this is the moral to the story, 2 sticks. Northern and southern tribes coming back together. The family is home for Judah and for the children of Israel, his companions. Then take another stick and write upon it for Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and of all the house of Israel, his companions, and join them for thee one to another into one drop, one tribe, one stick. that they may become one in your hand. And when the children of your people shall speak unto you, saying, Will thou not tell us what this means? What thou means by these, say unto them, Thus says HaWah, Behold, I will take the stick of Joseph, which is in the hand of Ephraim, and the tribes of Israel, his companions. I will put them unto him together with the stick of Judah, and make them one stick, and they shall be one in my hand. That's the moral to the story. The Bible, even the hijack Revelations, has the tribes coming back together, entering into the gates, the 144, right? So the sticks whereon thou right shall be in the hand before their eyes, and saying to them, Thus says HaWah, Behold, I will take the children of Israel. I will take Hasharah from among the nations, whither they have gone. I will gather them on every side, bring them into their own land. I will make them one nation in the land, upon the mountains of Israel, and one king. Say it with me, one king. We ain't talking JC. We ain't talking Jesus. We ain't talking Muhammad. We're talking David, the one anointed king forever, the shepherd beyond the ice wall, right? One king shall be king to them all, and they shall be no more two nations, neither shall they be divided into two kingdoms any more at all, neither shall they defile themselves anymore with their idols. Nah, we most high over everything. We code keepers. Nor with their detestable things, nor with any of their transgressions, but I will save them. Who? The Creator, not Jesus. The Creator will save you. I will save. I will save. I will save them out of all their dwelling places wherein they have sinned, and will cleanse them. So shall they be my people, and I will be their power. And my servant David, not JC, not son of David, none of that. My servant David, priest Khan, Prester John, shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd forever, my God. This is not confusion. It ain't nothing worse than a confused car. One shepherd needs one flock. One flock needs to come back together like two cross sticks. Two cross sticks makes a tau. The tau is like the X, the last letter of the Hebrew. The tau is like it's like the X, and the X represents you. The lost tribes of Israel. You've been represented, my Naga. You've been represented by the same X, the same tau, the Rus, where wisdom, Ama, is the conqueror of fortune. And your fortune, your salvation. And the X is your mark, your sign, and your covenant. And two cross sticks coming back together, just like the Georgia flag has always represented you. They stole it with the Confederate flag, the Confederacy, Con. They stole the Con, but the X, the Tau, like cities of gold Tau, the Tau represents you. Wisdom is the conqueror. Wisdom is the conqueror of fortune. You are the Tau. Again, man, verse 20 in the sticks. Whereon thou ridest shall be in the hand, thy hand before thy eyes, the sticks. And saying to them, thus says HaWah, behold, I will take the children of Israel from among the nation. I will make them one nation. That's the Tao, is you being one tribe. HaWah will cleanse us, because we are HaWah's people directly. And the shepherd is David, the Prester, shall be Khan over them. And they shall all have one, not two, not three, one shepherd. They shall also walk in my ordinances, observe my statutes, and do them. KTC, MHOE, keep the code, and they shall dwell in the land, right? It's funny how land plays a big part as soon as you back in code, or if you out of code. It gets taken or given, that I have given unto Jacob, Israel, right? My servant, wherein your fathers dwell, and they shall dwell therein, they and their children and their children's children forever. The code ain't done away with. The covenant of peace ain't done away with. David ain't done away with. And David, my servant, shall be their prince forever. Not replaced by JC, son of David. No, that's hijacked. Because after you search for HaWah directly, David is your Khan forever. Moreover, I have made a covenant of Shalom, right? With them it shall be an everlasting covenant. With them I will establish them, multiply them, set my sanctuary in the midst of them forever. My dwelling place also shall be over them, and I will be their power, and they shall be my people. And the nations shall know I am HaWah, that sanctify Hasharah, Israel, Jacob, when my sanctuary shall be in the midst of them forever. They all gonna know who you are when HaWah rocks with you forever, and they gonna give you everything back with a smile on their face. MHOE, KTC. This is why we rocking it. Most high over everything. MHOE, go dig on it. The water to Almanac represented, man. Like this is our bat signal. Let knockers know that there is a firmament. And Khan Ma designed a beautiful design to show the different elements of the firmament. You know what I mean? And that the Most High exists, has beat it out. Rakia has meted out the firmament. Isaiah 40 stretched it like an expanse, you know, like a beautiful tent to dwell in, right? Like a tent, like a canopy, right? So rock your MHOE, man. Blue, purple, red, white, let it go thread. And look out for all the beautiful designs dropping soon at MHOE.clothing. Man. Drop shops coming in high, my noggin. We out of here, baby. Drop Nation up, Drop Nation cool. The Presters keep flying, and the firmament will never be breached by these hijacks, no matter how hard they try, man. They can't breach the firmament. You surfing the wave? All my nogs on IG know. They've been trying to blast through the firmament ever since Operation Fishbowl, man. Yeah. I'm gonna go without the sound because YouTube's very picky on sound, man. But you know, you see clearly. Can they get past the firmament? What y'all think? I've been trying for a while to get past the firmament. I don't know, my niggas. Seems like it's just more water. Don't it seem like these rockets are hitting water? Don't it seem like they're hitting more water? Water's from the water? That water? Yeah, they training underwater, going underwater. I don't think they are escaping. I think they've been trying since Operation Fishbowl to get out. Hey, how open your eyes, Israel, man. You got the drop. Tonavi, I see you, man. Yeah, they're doing it right in front of us, huh? Made a triangle, shot into the sky. Shout out Blurred Lines. Malik, what it do? We vibing high. I mean, even India. Love to the bully slayer, man. Y'all think they just landed on the moon? Oh, India. Trying to convince us knockers that you landed on the moon. Hey, shame on you, man. Shame on you for spreading the lies. Oh, yeah, shout out to Chief Hunterbird as well, man. Always dropping a drive. My league Zadig, what it do? Bully Slayer, what it do? Always dropping great drive. Y'all think they landed on the moon? Bully Slayer about to rip them apart for the dismount. Flat drop 101. Let's go, Jack. Don't get glitchy now. Come on, brother. Bully Slayer got the drip. Come on, brother. See what he got to say, man. Fall back, man. Nadia Comaneci, perfect 9 dismount, man. Here we go. Let's go, man. Ain't no play. I guess it's called the Khan Drying mission. The Khan Dry.
Is this real? Somebody tell me. Is this real?
My loggers had a field day laughing at this joint.
So they're saying India just landed on the moon. And I don't know about you, mate, but I don't believe it. Because just last week, I heard Russia landed on the moon, flew straight into the firmament. So let me break it down. What they're trying to say is the reason why you wasn't able to watch the moon landing from Earth is because they landed on the dark side of the moon. Oh, you son of a bitch. I didn't think Russia and India was talking to England and America. But yet we got up-to-date news about the moon.
Somebody say it look like a Sega Genesis game.
And this image disturbs me. Where are the CGI people now? Where are the people that call AI and Photoshop now?
Facts.
That looks like a Super Nintendo. That looks like a Sega Mega Drive. That looks like an Atari. So I'm not gonna lie. I don't know who's on the moon. Who is on the moon? Who took this picture? No, is this the picture? Is this the Indian spacecraft? What imagery are you showing me? Who is on the moon? Is this the same guy that filmed the Apollo 13 mission? Is this real?
Bully's like,
Can somebody tell me, is this real?
Oh man.
So they're saying India
I can't do
just landed on the moon.
I can't do it. I can't do it no more, Bully. Can't do it no more, Bully Slayer, man. Clearly, it's Marky. Shout out to culture. Los Angeles. Why the flag look like? Dang, these people full of malarkey. All the guys popping off, man. I told y'all, man. We been talking subterranean, man. Just like Tao and Esteban found that magical cave that led to that vortex, right in our face bone. Magical cave leads to the vortex, man. We out of here on this one, man. This is some dragon drop, man. Dragon drop, man. Y'all tell me, man. What's these caves for real? And honestly, what was the Vietnam War really about? When you realize this is popping off in Vietnam. What was World War I and World War II? Slaying dragons, slaying Khans. What was the, we know the cover story, but what was the real situation? Check this beautiful oasis they found in Vietnam. Subterranean.
1991. Logger Hokan.
Be patient, man. What did this smell? We out of here, man. Come on. One more hijack city.
Discovers a mysterious entrance to a hidden mountain cave, obscured by dense jungle overgrowth. The cliffs leading down to the entrance are so steep he cannot explore it further, but he knows its location. Nearly 2 decades later, the British Cave Research Association finally explores the cave. What the team discovers is astounding. It is the largest underground chamber on the planet.
Are you sure? Are you sure? How you know? How do they know? But this is mad interesting, man. Come on, man. We surfing away. The Seraphim are a race of wizards.
It's not just a cave. It's an actual world in Vietnam. Inside this cave, it's 40 stories high. There's actually an ancient forest. It's got flowing water, not just a puddle or a stream, but an actual river. Inside the cave is an entire growing ecosystem. And it's so deep that it looks like it's an entrance to a whole other reality.
This incredible subterranean realm, called the Songdung Cave, is estimated to be roughly 3 million years old. It runs through the earth for nearly 6 miles, and numerous areas where the cave ceiling has collapsed allow sunlight to enter, resulting in the growth of trees and other vegetation.
When they say 3 million years, clearly, it's malarkey. They can't date nothing. But we know that they're talking about ancient times, beginning of time type of situation.
1991. Logger Hokan discovers a mysterious entrance to a hidden mountain cave, obscured by dense jungle overgrowth. The cliffs leading down to the entrance are so steep he cannot explore it further, but he notes its location. Nearly 2 decades later, the British Cave Research Association finally explores the cave. What the team discovers is astounding. It is the largest underground chamber on the planet.
It's not just a cave. It's an actual world in Vietnam. Inside this cave, it's 40 stories high. There's actually an ancient forest. It's got flowing water, not just a puddle or a stream, but an actual river. Inside the cave is an entire growing ecosystem. And it's so deep that it looks like it's an entrance to a whole other reality.
This incredible subterranean realm, called the Songdung Cave, is estimated to be roughly 3 million years old. It runs through the earth for nearly 6 miles, and the numerous areas where the cave ceiling has collapsed allow sunlight to enter, resulting in the growth of trees and other vegetation.
Wow. Wow.
1990.
So is it hollow earth, Manage, or just Ama? Is it within our mother, within Ama, that you have these precious, pristine environments, you know what I'm saying? So it's all happening, what's really down there, we got dragons on the wall, we got your cons on cool, we got pure water. David could be anywhere, the Prest can be anywhere, right? The dragons can be anywhere, but we're in it for our covenant. We're in it to reestablish our covenant of Shalom. Whether we're talking Psalms 89, Dawi, covenant, Ezekiel 37, Dawi, covenant. We talk Jeremiah 30 or Hosea 3, There's multiple witnesses of Khan David, Prester John, being king forever, Khan forever. And if Hosea 3 mentioned JC, this would be on a bumper sticker on every car and every Christian church. Everybody would know Hosea 3, just like John 3:16, right? All this stuff, right? But we're talking about the remnant returning. And it hit different when you realize you are the remnant. It hit different when you realize you're just now waking up, right? Multiple layers of deception and inception. Just like the movie, planting thoughts, planting ideas that your world is not real, that your world does not exist. That Prester John doesn't exist, your dragons don't exist, India, Superior don't exist, you're all from Africa. The worlds beyond the poles don't exist, a spinning ball, inception, necromancy, as it says in Anatoly Flamenco's, Amadeo Giannini's World Beyond the Pole. We're on timelines that they added years, Scaliger, Davius. Your timeline don't exist either, right? But that's because, Managa, you have gone after other powers. We have turned unto other gods, like the sun god, like the Helios, right? Child of the sun. So we had to sit solitary, which means that you were asleep and no one could help you. No one could help us for many days. Thou shalt not play the harlot. You can't be the hoe no more. You gotta be most high over everything. That's your only way. That's your only sword. That's your only ammunition, Managa. That's your only way out. HaWah says, I will save you, but really you gotta save yourself by not playing the harlot, going after these other powers. Christianity, Islam, no matter what religion they're giving us, you gotta be tribal again. Verse 4, for the children of Israel shall sit solitary for many days without a king, So you don't know what a king even feels like, what royalty feels like. You're used to being a nigga now, in a ghetto, a hood, a borough. You've been without a prince, you've been without a king, without your sacrifices, like the sacrifices of Shalom, sacrifices of peace, sacrifices of righteousness, without pillar, without ephod, teraphim, without your sacred things. But afterwards shall the children of Israel return, Managa, again. It's the moral to the story. It's Ezekiel 37 wrapped in a nutshell. That two cross sticks will come back together and Israel will return. Seek the Creator directly, not through the Sun to get to the Father, not through Helios, not through Copernicus going around the Sun. No, you go directly to the Father, directly to your Amma, your HaWah, framer, shaper. Seek the Creator. Then you can seek David. But you can't seek David without first seeking HaWah, and that's the order over chaos. They want to do investigations on Prester John without seeking the Creator, without keeping the code. It's malarkey. But let the Creator work and let the information flow, but the vibration is yours. And David is your king. Not one shepherd, not two, right? Ezekiel 37. One shepherd, not two. Ezekiel 37. One shepherd, not two. Ezekiel 37. Hosea 3. Seek HaWah and Kandawi. Then you shall come humble, trembling. Humbly trembling because you realize there are what? Worlds beyond the poles? You realize there are who? Worlds beyond the poles? You realize a planet is what? Flat, spread out. So it can't be no damn spinning ball. That's when you return. You got your mind bone, your heart bone, your soul bone, top of the soul bone, all popping off simultaneously. That's when you're trembling. That's when you're humble unto HaWah and His goodness. His goodness is the what? The land, the salvation, because He said, I will save you. I will save my children. Gather my children. That's His goodness. That's her goodness, because Mama is the conqueror of fortune, right? In the end of days. Wisdom is the conqueror of fortune, my nigga. And Mama says, hey, I'm the first of His works. You bring them together, you have a kingdom, a fortified kingdom. You have a kingdom forever. I'm just talking to the lost tribes of Israel. Khan. Khan Managas. Your identity. Your two cross sticks coming back together. Allow HaWah for the destination, for the mark, for the sign, for the vibration of the covenant of peace, of Shalom. We are back, we are restored, and we are forever. No more harlots. We are the righteous, we are the flock, Manaka. Keep the code, or you'll be out the game. HaWah is the name. KTC, you know how we do. Put our power first. We never lose. The Wada HaWah, Shalak HaWah, as we get situated in order. Be patient with us, our Creator. We are for you. We are with you. We are aware. Bring us to each other. Baruch us and dodging all hijacks at all costs. So we may be natural by law. Love to the op. Tribe up music is our frequency. Vibration is the only way. Tune up. Choose up. Vibe up. Tribe up. We are alive again. We exist. Say it with me. Wow. And if you got to this point, to the dismount, go ahead and put a HaWah in the comments, man. Let me know you are breathing that breath of security. Shalom to my cons, the water for surfing the wave, 9 above the barrier, across the barrier, through the barrier, to the land of the Prester John, priest king forever. Halal HaWah. Shalom. Drop Nation.